Today is going to be the conclusion of the paranormal discussion. Um, I think I've belabored it enough. We've done it for 3 weeks, on and off, and I think I think it's a good place to end it. Um, so this topic will be one that's been talked about in other conversations, but I kind of like pushed it away because I wanted to do it in its own discussion. Um, so that we could really delve into it, which are secret society organizations. What's up, Mahal? so, Mahal. So there's different. So they changed the vertical live stream. So now there's another way that I can get, um, um, I guess, money or donations to support. They have something called gems, and in the vertical live stream, the gems are gifts that people can send me, and it'll give like a animated image on the screen. So I finally saw that yesterday how it looks. Yeah, it's okay. I thought it was going to be a little bit more like uh, I don't know, animated, but it was just like little images, like gifs. But it's all part of the new way to support content creators called gems. So I don't know how it looks on the PC live streams, but on the vertical live streams, it comes in the form of like these simple animated images. So one of the guys who frequents my stream, uh, I sent me a few to see what it looks like. So that was cool of him. Um, but yeah, guys, if you want to show your support, you can send me a super chat and ask me a question or a super sticker, or you can send me a gift, um, if, which you'll see on your screen. Um, if you watch this in replay, you can send me a super thanks on replay. And if if you want, you can just go to the links in the description and send me a Cash App or Venmo or buy me a coffee. I also have a Patreon, or you can sign up for. You can subscribe to my channel, give me a like, and if you want, sign up for membership, starting at $2.99, less than a Happy Meal. But anyway, back to the show. Jesus VR says hi. What's up? So like I said, I've been doing a paranormal discussion for like 3 weeks, Mahal, where um I was, talking about paranormal, the occult, supernatural, extra scientific sort of phenomena. And so this is the last day I'm gonna do it, baby. It's gonna be on secret society organizations, because a lot of people believe secret society organizations control us secretly behind the veil, behind behind the scenes, pulling all sorts of levers to make things happen, which may or may not be true depending on which organization we're talking about. So fraternities, sororities, secret college organizations, the Shriners, um, the Freemasons, the um, all sorts of groups. Then people believe some of these super wealthy families out there are controlling things like the Rothschilds, which is just an anti-Semitic thing. Because really, the only problem people have with the Rothschilds is basically that it's a it's a Jewish wealthy family, elite family. They haven't done anything to make people think they're controlling the strings behind society. It's just some anti-Semitic rant that people go on. So I don't really pay that too much mind. Then people talk about the Rockefellers. Again, they're just a wealthy family that came up in the time of the robber barons of the early 20th century. The Rockefellers, the J.P. Morgans, the all those folks. um, the only one that I do give the side eye to is the Bilderberg group. They are a the Bilderberg is a meeting that meets annually every year where a bunch of politicians, business executives, and other folks they invite to this meeting discuss matters of of improving society and the economy. But it's a secretive meeting. Like they're not allowed to discuss the content of those meetings, nor who attended. And there's been presidents invited, like Obama was invited prior to his inauguration back in 2008. So a lot of people gave that the side eye, like, why is this guy being invited to this Bilderberg meeting? Um, so I'm not a very skeptical. I mean, I'm not a very conspiratorial minded person. um, one of my mods, Mrs. Contrarian, is um, named Catherine. She holds on to a lot of these sort of conspiracy theories. And she was asking me like a few days ago, she was like, "Don't you have any sort of like beliefs and stuff like that?" I'm like, "No. I'm generally skeptical about most things so that I can." I was like, "Not." I was like, I do have irrational beliefs. Obviously, you know that too. You know some of my irrational beliefs, but I was like, generally, no, I don't hold uh, beliefs in things that are paranormal. I don't believe most of these pseudoscientific health claims. Um, she's into all that stuff, but I don't believe in that. And then um, one of the things I definitely give the roll my eyes to is people who are always obsessed with chemicals in food and stuff like that, but they don't work out. It's like if you want to be healthy, take your ass out and go for a run, hit the gym, but you're so worried about the dye and Skittles or sugar in your food. Like newsflash, you need sugar. Like sugar is a required nutrient. Like it literally powers your cellular energy. I mean, at this at the cellular level, when you talk about ATP and the Krebs cycle and glycolysis, all that sort of stuff. Everything they made us learn back in like intro biology and in health and in nutrition and in my physiology class, like you had to learn that stuff. So it was like, no, people always talking about sugar being like it's like, first of all, you can't avoid sugar; it's in everything. Two, you actually need sugar. So people who are like just preoccupied with all these little conspiracy theory claims about they're poisoning us and like all the chemicals in our food. Just take your ass out and go run. Like then you won't have to worry about it. Like if you are morbidly obese and you're worrying about you know what the ingredient is in your cereal, you're focused on the wrong things. So that's all I'll say about that. But yeah. So in any case, getting back to um, the topic du jour, secret society organizations, are they secretly controlling all of us? The short answer to that is no. The key says, "Hello, what is this talk all about today?" So I'm continuing my paranormal discussion. This is the last day for that, and today it will be focusing on secret society organizations because so many people have these conspiracy theories, and I'm not saying that conspiracy theories in themselves are bad. I think conspiracy theories get bad press. The thing is, a conspiracy theory, like any claim, can either be true or false. But sometimes people think just merely calling something conspiracy theory in itself makes it false. That's not true. Some conspiracies end up being real, like the conspiracy on 9/11 to take out our government. that was real. Um, the conspiracy to assassinate our president, that is real. Um, I think what people say, the the un the unspoken part when people say conspiracy theory is the assumption that there's this um, unsupported that is an unsupported claim. And if that's the case, when people say conspiracy theory, that they're saying that a claim is complete is unsupported, then just say that. Don't say conspiracy theory, because like I said, some conspiracy theories turn out to be true, some turn out to be false. But if you're just saying that someone's making a patently irrational claim, just say that. And so, getting back to what we're talking about, like secret society organizations, a lot of people believe, again, in these powerful family dynasties controlling us, or secret fraternal organizations like the Shriners, like the Freemasons. Some people believe there are these cabals that's been controlling things for hundreds and hundreds of years, like the Illuminati. And I'm probably gonna get into this discussion probably like a dozen times on the stream if I have any conversation going on, which is the a lot of people believe the Illuminati exists and is out there to do us dirty. The Illuminati hasn't existed since the 1600s. Yes, I know people aren't going to believe me on that, but yes, the Illuminati hasn't been around since the 16, maybe 1700s at best. So were they a real group? Yes. Were they controlling society back then? No. Are they controlling society now? No. Do they even still now exist? No. This is a common conspiracy theory amongst people who think that Hollywood and and the people attached to them are secretly controlling us and dictating what is to be the concern of mainstream society. There's really no evidence of that, especially since, like I said, the Illuminati as an organization has been disbanded um, well over 300 years ago. So that's all I'll say about that for now. But once someone brings back it up, I'll bring it up. That's if anyone you know contributes to the chat. But as of right now, I don't see anything. But I'll keep on rambling until we get some chat room participation. And if there is no chat room participation, then we'll just end this early, and I'll go fix my food because I have some garlic fried rice to munch. And if you can hear in the background, I got on some good anime music. This one is from Mrs. Green Apples. It's the song Inferno from um I think My Hero Academia. So I just put on anime mix. But let me mess with my little chat filter here just to make sure I'm not missing anything. But sometimes I'll think I'm not getting any chat room participation. It's just really much for some reason the chat filter always f's up on with this vertical live stream. So you gotta keep tinkering with it to make sure you're getting all your conversations. I mean all your comments. Sorry. but yeah, so we can name other secret organizations. Another big one besides the Illuminati is Freemasons. I think that sort of died down in recent years, but the Freemasons used to be a big one that people used to talk about. What's up, Catherine? I just mentioned to you like 5 minutes ago. I was saying how you asked me like privately, do I hold any sort of like conspiracy theories and beliefs? And I was like, no. I'm generally skeptical, but I was like, I hold some irrational beliefs. Um, and I was saying that one of the ones that I wouldn't say is a conspiracy theory, but I was saying that I kind of look give the side eye to the Bilderberg group. I really find it um I find it distasteful that a bunch of super wealthy elite business executives, politicians, and others can secretly meet every year to discuss matters that involve regular people, and we're not privy to that discussion in any form, other than the fact that they're meeting. I find that really distasteful. And I mentioned that I remember the first time I even really knew about the Bilderberg group. I mean, I heard about it before, but the really time I only really knew anything about them was when um, Barack Obama got first inaugurated for president back in 2008, and he was invited to the Bilderberg group upon, um, I think, winning the election. And Mrs. Contrarian, this is my other mod, Catherine G, a new friend. She's from Australia. So you guys might get along. um, but yeah, but like I said, there's all sorts of so-called secret cabals. Like people talked about the Freemasons. And I was like, I don't know why people still even. It has died down, but some people still believe the Freemasons do weird stuff, and it's hard to believe that nowadays because they're depending on the lodge, they're like so open with what they do now. Like it's surprising like how open they are compared to back in the day. Like that was really a secretive thing like 40, 50 plus years ago. But now like you can see people walking around with Freemason t-shirts on. Usually the only way you knew someone was a Freemason is like they used to have like the ring. They would they would have a Mason ring. Um, but now you see people putting it on their license plates, t-shirts. Like my homeboy, he was walking around with a t-shirt once, and I remember this guy from a fraternity. He was like, "Oh, you're a Mason." He said, "Now he said, now you got to become Greek." He's now because there are a lot of guys who are both uh, in Greek fraternities and Freemasons, and my friend did that as well. He joined Alpha Phi Alpha after becoming a Freemason, which is funny because usually people join the Greek fraternities first in college and then later join the Freemasons. So he did it the opposite way. He became a Freemason first and then became an Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity incorporated. But I'm not an Alpha. My stepfather was every every uh, male um, in my family I had growing up was in a fraternity. My stepfather was an Alpha, father was a Kappa, uncle was a Sigma. um, my older sister, um, she was a iota sweetheart, which is a lot of people give that the side eye, like other women, because they was like, why not just join a sorority? Why become the sweethearts of the iota Phi Theta fraternity? Plus, people just don't like iotas, but we can get into that all the Black Greek lettered organizations later. Okay. Catherine says, "Who knows though? How much are they hiding? I have heard that there are two branches of the Freemasons. No, there's many different uh, parts of the Freemasons. They're not one organized thing. So, first of all, so you have the original Freemasons that come out of Europe. And when they were established here in America, according to some, the black organization, the Prince Hall Masons, were actually the only ones sanctioned by the original organization in Europe. Uh, the name of the guy was Prince Hall, so that's how it became known as the Prince Hall Freemasons. They um, um, gave him they gave him the authorization to set up a his own lodge, whereas all the other American Freemasons were independent of the original European uh, lodges, back overseas. So according to at least Prince Hall history and tradition, they are the only ones that were actually officially authenticated by the original Freemasons back in Europe. And they have a sister organization called the Seven Stars or Seven Sisters, something like that. Um, but each Masonic lodge is independent of each other, so they may have different they have some overall governing rules that are kind of central to all of them, but each Masonic lodge has different rules. So it's not just two branches; like they all have different rules, but generally they all recognize each other as Masons. As so, um, and like I said, they're not very secretive anymore. Like back on the Discovery Channel 20 years ago, it was either Discovery Channel or National Geographic. The the Washington D.C. Masonic Lodge showed their whole uh, initiation ritual, so it's not that secretive. On top of that, again, my I have friends and family members who are Prince Hall Masons, so I know a little bit about the organization because I almost joined them 10 years ago. Only reason I didn't is because I'm atheist, and usually you have to profess some sort of belief in a higher power to join a Masonic lodge. I could lie, but I didn't see the point in lying about my beliefs just to join them. Now, if I knew it was specifically going to lead me to having some business opportunities, then I would, which was my original focus to do so. My father was like, "Well," he said, "your initiation fee alone is going to be $200." I'm like, "Damn, okay." And I was like, "Well, you going to sponsor me?" He's like, "Yeah, I guess." I mean, he didn't sound too like you know enthused about it, so I kind of lost interest. Um, just like when I was asking him, would he sponsor me to become a Kappa? Now I'm already in a Greek organization, but I became inactive with the organization after college. But I'm one of the co-founders. But because I'm inactive with that organization, and it's not a Black Greek lettered organization, I would have been free to go ahead and join another Greek lettered organization. But in any case, the Freemasons are pretty open. Like I said, one of the things I know again about them is that you need to profess some belief in a higher power. However, they seem to have some sort of beef with 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 Catholics, or Catholics have some sort of beef with them. I don't know if it goes both ways, the but I know that Cath, the Catholic Church looks disagrees with the Masonic Brotherhood and doesn't want Catholics to join them. Other than that, um, I there's really nothing sinister about them whatsoever. A lot of people do join them for the Brotherhood because of obviously making good social connections with people, and you have people from all walks of life that become Masonic brothers. You have really important people, including some of our founding fathers in America were Masons. Like you can see some Masonic imagery in on the U.S. American dollar. as well as in some of the things and some of the early buildings in Washington D.C. From the from the Capitol building to the Washington Monument, like there are Masonic imagery. But again, it's nothing sinister. Like you know, they are just a international fraternity with which reaches back to the times of the European Enlightenment. So, and like I said, the Prince Hall Masons are like majority black Freemasons who, again, according to their traditions, were the only ones who were authenticated um, by the original European Masonry lodges, whereas the other majority white American Masonic lodges established themselves independently of the European ones. But generally, they all recognize each other. And like I said, each Masonic lodge may have different rules, but there's some sort of like overall governing sort of principles or whatever. Um, and from what I understand, at least within the Prince Hall Masonic tradition, um, they tend to favor people who hold Christian belief. You don't necessarily have to be a Christian. Yeah, just have a belief in a higher power. But I know from people who've told me like to advance in higher degrees within a Masonic order, typically you have to profess certain understandings of Christian principles, if that makes sense. But again, like there's more than two branches of the Freemasons there. Like I said, the Freemasons are literally all over the globe, and each Masonic lodge is independent of the other. So take that for what you will. Like I said, I was interested in joining about 10 years ago, but didn't have all the money for all the fees involved. Like you had to pay your initiation fee, then you got to pay your annual. I think then there's a monthly membership fee, and I was like, that's cool, but what am I actually getting out of it? Because the point of me joining was to make connections. So if the costs outweigh the benefits, it wasn't really worth it. I'm still open to doing it, by the way, but I'm not going to do it by pretending I believe like I hold some sort of religious beliefs when I don't, unless I know that by doing so it's going to lead me to some serious sort of connection that I need. If at least I'm being honest, right? So I mean, what do you guys think? um, but yeah, so those are like I said, so those are like some of the biggest ones. The Bilderberg group, which actually do I find a little shady. Then, like I said, there's the Illuminati, which again hasn't been around, has been disbanded for like over 300 years. So they pose no threat to society. They're not pulling any strings behind the scenes whatsoever. There aren't any Hollywood elite that are involved with it. It does no. Uh, Hollywood didn't even exist when they were still around. um, the Freemasons don't do anything. Cabal is just another way of talking about secret groups and stuff. It's just another word for a secret organization, like a cabal, like Hydra, Hell Hydra, or you know, some a group that works secretly behind the scenes is a cabal. Generally speaking, there might be a more specific definition for it, but generally it's like some sort of secret order that's doing sinister things. And like I said, then there are the super wealthy families that people think are controlling things. The Shriners, the the Kennedys, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds. Like they're not controlling anything, and the the pernicious the pernicious claims made against the Rothschilds is just pure anti-Semitism. I'm just gonna be completely blunt because they have not done anything to create to to deserve the ire that they get. Like if people want to give a side eye to a wealthy elite family, it should be the Walton family, the people who control Walmart. Which I told you like when we talked, when by text, like the the Walton family deserves a side eye because of Walmart, and I believe they all Walmart and Sam's Club. So they both own Walmart and Sam's Club, and overseas, I think they have something called Walter Mart. Because when I was looking up, I was like, "What is Walter Mart?" Because they're in the Philippines, and I was like, and I believe Walter Mart is owned by the Walton family. It's like their own overseas version of Walmart. And I was like, "Oh, please, for the love of Thor, please don't let Walmart invade the Philippines and destroy their shopping industry." Because Walmart has completely destroyed the shopping industry here, and even more so, their mission on their mission statement for Walmart, it is to drive out the local mom and pop stores so that the local community becomes dependent upon their Walmart for all their needs, which is why it's not a coincidence that when Walmart comes into a town that most of the local mom and pop stores go under. It's like Home Depot has just destroyed the mom and pop hardware stores. I noticed personally when I was in high school. When I was 16, I started working at this hardware store when I first moved to the DC area, and my family was happy because I had just moved there with them, and I went up to this place and asked for a job and got it, and my my father and stepmother was like, "Yeah, you got a job." And my cousin was with me. He's like, "Damn, they happy." I was like, "I know, right?" But later that spring, like this was in the summer, like 94, by spring of 95, the place went under. It was they were a true value franchise, a a true value hardware franchise. And, the owner told me, he's like, "Man, we're going to, he said, I'm going to have to let you go." He said, "Because we're closing up." He said, he's like, actually, it didn't even make it to spring. I'm sorry, guys. I think it made it to the winter because he was like, "I'm not even sure." He said, "I'm not." He said, "I don't even think I'm gonna be able to have Christmas for my kids." And I remember my goofy self. I gave this nervous laugh, and I hope he didn't take it as me laughing that they couldn't have Christmas because that's not what I meant by that laugh. My nervous laugh. I had this nervous laugh, like, because I didn't know how to react to the fact that he was saying that he couldn't give his kids Christmas gifts that year because the they weren't going. The store was doing so badly. Like I met his wife too. Like she would come in and help us work sometimes. He was really cool. His wife was really cool. I hope they're doing well right now. I hope they're both still alive because this is back in 95. Um, and he was like, yeah, he was like, after they opened up the Home Depot up the street, this is in Silver Spring, Maryland, for for people who are familiar with Maryland, the DC area in Montgomery County. He, he was like, yeah, dog. He was like, Wait, I can't remember if it was Heckinger or Home Depot. It was one of the two. It was either Heckinger or Home Depot, whichever one it was. They're one of those super hardware stores, and he was just like, "Yeah, they're driving us out of business." And I'm like, "God damn!" I wasn't even concerned about my job. I was just like, "Damn, they're driving out this store." So I have personal experience with how mega stores will destroy the local economy, and I find it completely fucked up that Walmart actually has as a mission statement that they will destroy the local economy so that they can thrive and that the community will be dependent upon them for their goods and services. So yes, Walmart seems all convenient and stuff, but that's the whole point. They make themselves super convenient by destroying the local economy, and I think that's fucked up. If someone wants, so I'm gonna bring this back into focus. People think I'm rambling, but just like Trump, he said this recently in an interview a month ago, that people think he's rambling. What he's doing is called weaving. Like he'll start off with a topic and then he'll go into something seemingly tangential just to bring it back around to the original topic. He calls it weaving. So he's smarter than what people think he is. They think he's this, guys going through like early stages of dementia, like Biden, who we actually know is going through dementia. No, he just does his basically this grandfatherly thing where he gives you the he starts off with something, goes into a long little tangential thing, and brings it back. So this is what I did. So bringing it all the way back. So if someone wants to give a side eye to a super wealthy elite family, it is the Walton family, not the Rothschilds, not the Shriners, not the Kennedys, not the Rockefellers. The Walton family. They are one of the wealthiest families in the world. They are a multi-billion-dollar family whose whose businesses have destroyed local economies across the U.S. by driving out the local mom and pop economy with Walmart and the Sam's Club. And I see them trying to branch out into other parts of the globe in like Canada, and I believe Walmart in the Philippines is owned by them as well. Dakisa says, how much were the fees? I don't know how much all the fees were involved because again, I never joined Dakisa. I just knew that the initiation fee itself was $200. So I don't know what all the other fees would have been, but like most fraternities, there are monthly membership fees, which is that's fine. I don't mind paying a monthly membership fee. One, if it's affordable, and two, if it's worthwhile. Now, for a fraternity, it's worth it because if that's like these are, it's more joining like a Greek fraternity is more intimate. Like these become your actual, like these become your brothers and friends. Like the guys whom I formed my organization with, it was 9 of us. Like all of them, I still consider my brothers. I don't talk to all of them, but there's like a few of them I still talk to today. Like they're still my brothers, right? I'm just inactive with the group since college, but you know, I, I'm not sure if joining the Freemasons would have been worthwhile to me, um, pending the cost. It'd have been cool to be part of. It's cool to be a part of a organization. I mean, I'm already part of an organization. Like I'm still a Army veteran, so that's my brother. So my fellow brothers in arms, that's always going to be there. And like I said, the organization I co-founded in college, like we didn't just join a fraternity, we founded one. We founded a multicultural fraternity, one of the first, one of the first of its kind. And we even were a part of a new uh, Greek umbrella organization designed for everyone who didn't even fall into the Black Greek lettered organizations or the traditional white Greek organizations. Uh, a United Greek Council, UGC. So I took part in that as well. So we not only founded a new multicultural fraternity And we were truly multicultural. We were like Asian, black, white, Native American, Latino, the nine of us. Many of us were, biracial or multiracial. Um, and we had a sister organization. They actually formed before us. so we had a so we had a constitutionally um, so we had a constitutionally bound sister organization, and they have spread like wildfire. I believe they are internationally. Uh, I think they've gone international now. Like the one of the founding sisters being Latina, I think she spread the group into a few La- Latino countries, Latin countries. So, Catherine G says, but do they do that on a global scale? What do you mean? What do you mean? Do they do what on a global scale? The Waltons. Like I said, well, they do have Walmart in some parts of Canada, but I don't know how far they spread. Like I said, I had a one of my wife's friends worked at a Walmart in the Philippines, and I think Walmart is owned also by the Waltons. So if so, yes, they are global, but not so much so because a lot of countries are not going to allow that sort of monopoly of the economy that the Walmart is allowed to do here in the U.S. A lot of the EU wouldn't allow such monopolization of the economy that the American government allows industries to do here. Sky says hello again. Hope all is well. I'm doing well, Sky. What's up? But yeah, like I said, if someone's going to give a side eye to a wealthy elite family, it would be the Waltons. They are also kind of available in China because this is where they get most of their products from. So they have set up sweatshops, factories in China where they are live and work organizing, like live and work sort of setup uh, factories. Like the people live in dormitories and work in these factories basically, all day long. Like there's this thing in China called the 996 culture. If I get it right, which I think is stands for what, nine, was it 9 hours, nine something, 6 days a week, something like that. Like basically you're working all week long. And I think if you work at a Walmart factory, you probably work more than that. But they have a setup that they have dormitories in the factories for the workers there. And you will feel sorry for them, but actually many of them are proud to have the job there. And actually tell people, no, please go out and buy Walmart products because it keeps us employed. So even though it seems like exploitation, many of those people are happy to have those jobs for which they wouldn't exist for those folks if we didn't consume Walmart products. So I don't have a problem shopping at Walmart, but we should understand that they are exploiting third world people. However, in these places where there are a dearth of jobs, a lot of these people are happy to be exploited just so they can have the work. It's sort of similar to like some of the uh, grueling conditions you find in parts of Africa where they exploit these people who work, uh, um, make, where we get our chocolate and coffee from. Like, and just like, you want to feel like the impulse is to stop buying these clothes, these coffee products, these chocolate products. But a lot of these people are actually happy to have these jobs so they can support themselves and their family. So what do you do? Catherine says I have to go before my walk before it gets too hot. I will come back on if you're still going when I get back in about 40 minutes. Uh, I will be if I get if I'm getting some conversation from the chat room. If not, I'm gonna probably go. It all depends on the chat. Like so far, I'm getting like max 3 people. So but yeah, go enjoy your walk. Um, if I'm here, hopefully I'll still be here, which means I'm getting feedback from the chat room. If I don't get any feedback from the chat room, I'm gonna call it probably before you get back. But let me go hydrate. Water time. Drink water. Um, I like to see other people bring up some groups or organizations of which they're aware, so we can discuss that maybe, because there are a lot. There's so many different sorts of names of groups and organizations, alleged cabals out there that it's hard to mention them all. But like I said, the ones people should be worried about, they usually aren't. People tend to be worried about the most benign groups. Like I said, the Freemasons, rather benign. Um, the families like the Rothschilds, rather benign. I mean, it was the 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 moral panic about some of these super wealthy elite families is kind of ridiculous. It would be just like people in India being worried about the Guptas or Sena Guptas. Like the for people who don't know, like the Gupta is a very uh, uh, prestigious family name within India. Many many of many of the political and economic elite in India have a Gupta last name or a Sena Gupta. One of my friends is a Sena Gupta from college, and because she was telling me about this herself back like 20 years ago, and I was like, oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. And she was like, yeah, she was like, Gupta, Gandhi, those names are very, tend to uh, be attached to people considered part of the elite within, the Indian hierarchy in Indian culture. Um, but I don't know if there's this moral panic around them the way we have a moral panic around, people who are like Rothschild, Shriners. I mean, not Shriners, sorry. The Shriners are an organization. I'm confusing them with the Shrivers family, the Shriver family. So, for instance, Arnold Schwarzenegger's ex-wife come from the Kennedy family, but she was also a Shriver, so she was part of two powerful elite families, the Kennedys and the Shriver family. Or people who believe the Rockefellers are doing like these are just blue blood families, and like there are a lot of blue blood American families because again, America doesn't have an established nobility, so we have sort of like a de facto nobility of people who have become blue blood families around the turn of the 20th century or the date back to the one you would think people would be more giving a side eye to the people who are the this but this is how this is how how nondescript some of these folks are. But there are powerful American families that people are unaware of that's been around since the landing of the Mayflower, or going back, or before then, going back to Jamestown. Jamestown was established in 1607, whereas the Plymouth colony, I guess, was established in like 1620. I think they existed before 1620, but became known like after the May from the Mayflower Pact that landed in 1620 there. And there are these, so there are these families, powerful American families who date themselves to these original settlers from Jamestown, the Jamestown settlement, the Plymouth settlement, even more so the New Amsterdam settlement. So modern day New York City was originally New Amsterdam, settled by the Dutch. And there are elite people still living in New York City that date back to the early 1600s that arrived here as you know as a Dutch colony before they were taken over by the English settlers and renamed New York. And they call them Knickerbockers, which is why the basketball team is called the New York Knicks, short for the Knickerbockers. The Knickerbockers are the original Dutch settlers of New York City when it was still New Amsterdam. But you would think people would be more, more conspiracy minded about folks like these original settlers. But again, because these people are really low key, people don't know about them, so they don't, so they don't know how powerful these elite families are. But again, they don't do anything sinister. But nor do the more uh, the more famous family names either. Like people are more familiar with the Kennedys, again, the Shrivers, the Rothschilds, the Morgans, like, and so on. Um, there's a family here in Maryland that some people have conspiracy theories about. They're basically a family of light-skinned black people from the Washington, Southern Maryland area, and the conspiracy about them was that they could, you know, during the antebellum South, could pass for white. There's a thing. So for folks who don't know, there's a thing in the black community called passing. Passing were light-skinned black people who could pass for white or Native American. um, and so this family did so, and it's been assumed that they did so through like inbreeding with them with each other to keep their or inbreeding with or dating only white people to keep their light skin look about them. Same thing as known. Same thing I've heard about the Creole of uh, of Louisiana, particularly in New Orleans. They were saying the Creole people uh, have maintained their culture and sort of look through inbreeding and whatever. I don't know, but I can't remember the name. If someone's from Maryland in the chat, maybe you know the name of the Maryland family. I can't think of it right now, but like I said, they're a prominent family within Southern Maryland and the Washington D.C. area. Um, a lot of I know a lot of guys are attracted to the women of their family because of their European features, and I've met a few. I mean, I guess they were okay. But so I think people have you know I think people need to chill and not be overly concerned about elite families. Let me get to the chat because I finally got a few chat going. Kay says, ever heard of the propaganda do, an Italian secret society with an Italian Freemasonry? I haven't heard of them. I think people in I think in Italy people need to be more worried about the mafia, the Sicilian mafia, the Napolitano mafia, the what's the other one? Um, because right now, from what I hear, listening to people like Michael Franzese and others, some of these old mafia groups that never got along with each other from Sicily to Naples and other parts of Italy are now forming super organizations and between Rome, Sicily, and Naples, which has never happened before because these families used to beef with each other for hundreds and hundreds of years, and now they're kind of forming together. I think people in Italy need to be more worried about that than Freemasons, especially because the Italian mafia does not play by the same rules as the American mafia. Here in the U.S., the American mafia, the Cosa Nostra, the well, and just to let you know, Cosa Nostra is not the only American mafia. They're the biggest, but you also have the Chicago mob, which is called the I forgot the name. What do they call themselves? The society or whatever they call themselves, and some of these other groups in other parts of the U.S. They they have rules that the Italian mafia doesn't go by. The American mafia, they don't, for the most part, uh, they they do not they do not unalive family members of of people in their organization, and they don't attack um, law enforcement. Over Italy, they attack anyone. They will take out family. They take out law enforcement. They take out politicians. They don't care. Here, the only time you will usually see them take out family members or law enforcers or politicians is if those folks are dirty and involved in the life themselves. Now, if you're involved in the life, then all all things are fair. But if you're not part of the life, you're a civilian, they don't attack you. They understand that law enforcement is doing their job and they're doing their job. But over there, there's no rules. They will attack any and everyone that gets in their way, and it should be worrisome for people over there, the government and just the local people, that these people are forming, that these once antagonistic groups are working along with each other to form like a super mafia organization to control large parts of Italy, including Rome, which has not happened in the past. I'd be more worried about that than Freemasons, who are just a fraternal organization of people seeking to look for connections with other people of the like-minded folks. Um, Sky says, "What's your opinion on Hollywood famous as they can have such an impact and influence because they are famous?" Yeah. The the thing is, being famous doesn't give you power. It just gives you it just allows you to be able to sh- sh- uh, share your views more. But Hollywood doesn't control anything, and this is and they learned that the hard way every time. Like just in our recent election, how pissed off Hollywood that Trump was elected. Hollywood doesn't speak for the average American. The average American in Middle America voted for Trump, whereas most of Hollywood is are liberal, except for a few notable conservatives like Bruce Willis and Sylvester Stallone. Basically, a lot of the manly men of Hollywood are more conservative, but most of Hollywood is liberal or progressive. And they were just flabbergasted that the that the country voted for Trump. A lot of these bitch ass Hollywood overprivileged motherfuckers are like, I'm gonna go stay in another country. Okay, Sharon Stone, go ahead and do so. Shut up, bitch. Like, no one cares. Sorry for my language, but yeah, Hollywood does. At the end of the day, Hollywood doesn't control shit. The the power that Hollywood has is that they they run our media. They run our legacy media. But as you can see, most people are rejecting legacy media. Most people are getting in their news from content creators. More people getting news from vloggers, from podcasts, from or from independent media like The Hill and The Young Turks and Blaze TV and The Daily Wire and Newsmax. They're not going to legacy media anymore like CNN, MSNBC, Fox, NBC, ABC, CBS. Most people are rejecting them because they don't trust them. Legacy media's the trust in legacy media is at an all-time low, as it should be, because they are bought and paid for by the donor class. So the only influence Hollywood has is in our mainstream media news, which is at an all-time low as far as people watching it and trusting the information that comes from it. Other than their ability to influence people through news, through corporate news uh, organizations, Hollywood doesn't control us, and this is why they're so pissed off that they can't get their way because instead of instead of the instead of the mainstream media being the so-called fourth, uh, you know, they were supposed to be our guard against the government. They were supposed to be the fourth, the so-called fourth branch of government. Instead, they just became part of the establishment. They just became another faction of the neoliberal establishment, and people don't want that. Whether you're on the left or the right, people want populism. This is why Bernie was so famous on the left, and why Donald was so famous on the right. This is why you have people who voted for Obama twice in 2008 and 2012, turn around and vote for Trump in 2016 and 2020 and in 2024. Obama pretended to be a populist progressive, and he wasn't. He was just another neoliberal president, and it pissed people off. People who voted for him twice, people who even voted for Hillary and Biden in 2016 and in 2020 turned around and voted for Trump in 2024. I was one of them. I voted for Hillary. I voted for Biden. I, was supported Obama. I even predicted he would beat Hillary back in 2007, and I had I had African people telling me that was wrong. I was like, come on, man. I said he's an actual African progressive, blah 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 blah. I said, I laid out my reasons, and they was like, well, yeah, we'll see, we'll see, and I was right. He beat her. So, which is funny because when people call me Uncle Tom, they don't realize I was firmly planted in the left up until 3 years ago when I just could not stomach the extreme left or in the Democratic wing in the Democratic Party, nor the corporate middle of the Democratic Party. Both both the corporate neoliberal center and the extreme left both pissed me off and pushed me to the right. So there we are. Um, but yeah, Hollywood has no influence other than mainstream media, and people are rejecting mainstream media and have an all-time low trust in them. Uh, Cases they tried to overthrow the Italian government. Again, I don't know who propagation do is. So I can't speak on something that I'm not aware of. Like I can't speak on stuff going. I can't speak on the Italian, an alleged Italian faction of the Freemasons. Again, the Freemasons is just a Masonic order. Each Masonic lodge is independent of each other. So there's no, as far as I know, network of them working to dismantle the government. I think that's probably just a conspiracy theory that's going to be proven to be false. If you can produce some more information on it, we can talk more about it. But I don't know anything about propagation due. And again, the Freemasons are just an international fraternal order, but each Masonic lodge is independent of each other. They all have different governing rules for each Masonic lodge. Cases some say they were part of Operation. Who are they? Hey, okay, one of the reasons I've been doing paranormal topics for the past 3 weeks, guys, is that I wanted. It was my secret way of teaching you guys tools of skepticism and critical thinking skills. So when people say, we always. I want you to think about that. Who is this they? Who are they? Is they the media? Is they just you voicing your own views under the term they? Is they the government? And if so, what part of government? Is they what people are saying on the streets? And again, who are these people on the street? Are they nuts? Are they people who are actually of affluence? Who is they? Whenever someone says they say this and they say that, you should always question that person making that claim of they. Who is they? The first thing you should go to is who is they? And then the second thing is, well, what is the evidence? Anyone can say they did. They said this. They is an anomalous term. Is a weasel word. It is a vague weasel word that people can use to instantiate anything. You can instantiate anything under the anomalous they. Who is they? When someone says they, you need to spell out who is they before I find this claim to even be something serious to even take the claim seriously. Who is they? Spell out they. Cases in Nigeria, there is a secret society called the Black Axe. It is also very fascinating to read about. Okay, I haven't heard about them. I'll definitely, if you can spell out more about that, that would be interesting to hear about. I don't know very much about Nigeria other than the the government is some bullshit and they run they are when I think Nigeria I just think scams. I just think financial scams. So I am not they are not on it's not on my travel list anytime soon. I mean, because I literally watched a movie based in Nigeria, and Nigerian movies are called Nollywood, which stands for Nigerian Hollywood. They call their movies Nollywood. There was a Nollywood film called Nigerian Prince, which is a whole knock on the common email scam of someone claiming to be a Nigerian prince or whatever that needs to hide their wealth in your bank account. You just need to give them your bank account numbers and names so they can put their money in there, and then for your own efforts they are going to leave you a little bit of that money, and then they clean your ass out. And one of the scammers in the movie was telling his young cousin, because the cousin was like, please, no one will fall for that dumb shit. And the scammer was like, look, he was like, look, man, he is like, if it never worked, why would we continue doing it? He said, obviously it does work sometimes with folks. But the funny thing is, like, in the very beginning of the film, as the guy, he's an American Nigerian guy. Like his mom, is a first generation Nigerian immigrant, and she's bringing her son to the country to learn, the culture or whatever. And he gets scammed. He gets scammed just coming to the Nigerian airport, and I'm like, oh fuck no! Like, if I'm gonna get scammed just arriving at the airport, and there's no incentive for me to come to that fucked up ass country. I don't even like I'm to be blunt, I don't even like West Africa. I think they still owe Black Americans a considerable amount of financial debt. But that's a topic for another day. Either way, it, because their society is so corrupt, it seemed like it would be pretty easy for a secret society to kind of do things there, like this Black Axe organization. Sky says, "Thank you. Yes, I understand what you mean." Dakisa says, "Do you know anything about this Black Axe?" I don't. The Username K brought it up. I've never heard of it before. Phil Cloggett says they are them. They is Parliament Funkadelic. That's funny. No, but seriously, guys, the reason I'm bringing that up is that is is often any. I'm I'm being sincere here. Like many dubious claims start with the they. That's what I'm trying to that's what I'm trying to reinforce here. The the idea that when people make dubious claims that can't be supported, they usually use they as to as as supposedly a bunch of people that are knowing of this dubious claim. Well, they say X and they say Y. Okay, cool, but who is they? You need to give me you need to you need to instantiate who they is. Who is they? So I need so this is just my skeptical tip to you guys when you because I'm pretty sure day in and day out you hear people saying all sorts of things and and like I said it's if you hear people just say they say this, it's a red flag that what they're saying is complete bullshit. If there's a specific person or persons making a claim, they'll just say who that is. They're not going to say they. So, for instance, if someone wanted to make a claim that um, many neoconservatives believe we need to get rid of the the people running Iran and Syria and North Korea and Iraq and Afghanistan, they'll say, well, a lot of neocons believe that to establish peace, we need to get rid of such and such and such and such. That's that's a specific claim. We have a general understanding of who neoconservatives are. You may not know the specific neoconservatives, but at least that's specific enough that we can actually go and delve into it more deeply. We can look that up. Say, okay, this neoconservative believes this and that, and this started here in the George W. Bush administration, and you know that's specific. But if they just say, well, they believe that such and such is like, who is they? Like that should be an automatic red flag to anyone when you hear a claim starting with they, because unless the person already established who they was earlier on in the conversation with you, then this pronoun needs to be instantiated with a proper with a proper name. I'm sorry, I'm being a linguistics nerd right now. Linguistics and logic nerd, but yeah, if someone starts off a claim with they need to instantiate who they is. Otherwise, it's a red flag that they're making a bullshit claim. Unless and only unless it was already part of the conversation that you guys were having, where they gave a proper name for this, for the which they then later instantiated with that pronoun they. But unless they did so, red flag is a bullshit claim. Again, this is something you won't get in most YouTube channels. Someone who actually knows formal logic, critical thinking skills, and analytic philosophy. Unless you're actually going to a channel where they do that, like someone I would recommend, Peter Boghossian. He's an actual philosophy professor, even though he disdains academic philosophy for his own reasons, and I understand why. I don't agree with him, but I understand his gripes with academic philosophy. But again, he is a PhD level philosopher, and he has his own YouTube channel. I would recommend him. or the YouTube channel Finding Qualia, and they'll have people like Steven Pinker or his wife, who is a pro- philosophy of professor of philosophy. Uh, Pamela Barker says, "Have you read the book regarding conspiracy theories of quote unquote they? It's called Behind the Mask by Drew P. Bolts." No, I haven't. That sounds interesting, actually. Thank you. But yeah, like I said, it just it here's the thing, like you don't even need to like know too much about logic or philosophy or linguistics, just to come to common sense reasoning that when people say they, it should be a red flag, because unless they instantiated a proper name for they prior in the conversation, they need to give us a proper name for this they of some sort. You can't just throw out a pronoun. It would be just as weird if someone saying, "Well, he said this." Who's he? Like, wouldn't that be weird if someone just started off a conversation saying, he said something something. Who's he? Or someone started off the conversation, she said such and such. Who's she? So just as weird as it would be to start off an assertion saying he or she, and the person you're conversing with never instantiated who he or she was prior to saying that, it's just as weird with starting off an assertion saying they. So that's what I'm saying. So you don't need any sort of specialized background education to realize that starting off a claim with they is just weird. Because like I said, no one would start off a claim with he or she and you don't know who it is. Like, if he is like your brother or a friend or some, like, or 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 they point when they're saying it, like he said such and such, or she said such and such, then it makes sense. Like, when you have a if you have a claim that points to something, again, I don't want to use too much linguistic jargon here, so I'm just going to put it in layman's terms. If you have a sort of assertion that points to a specific person or persons that both parties understand, that that's cool. But if you just start off a claim with they or he or she, it would just be patently weird. But for some reason, people get away with saying they, whereas they could never get away with saying just he or she without you already knowing who he or she is, right? So this is the kind of skepticism I want people to understand. Everyone should have a healthy dose of skepticism and cynicism about claims that other people make, but also including your own claims. You should also be skeptical of the claims you yourself make. Just like everyone's claim should be supported by evidence proportional to the claim, you should be more skeptical of your own claims, because the most likely person to deceive you is yourself. The more you know. And no one's half the battle. Yo Joe. But no, BSK says unconfirmed sources. Exactly. When people say they're talking. I mean, he says trash. But getting back to what we originally saying, um, so we're talking about uh, secret organizations, or cabals that allegedly run things behind the scenes of which we are unaware. And like I said, the only one of the few groups that I actually do find sketchy is the Bilderberg group, because we know, and that's because we do know about them, and we know that they purposely keep their meetings secret. And I find it sketchy that politicians and business executives can meet annually to discuss matters that concern people all over the world, and we're not privy to that information. Like you know, people who hold public office. Now, if business executives want to do that, that's fine. Like what they like, business executives and so forth. They are private citizens. So what they discuss as far as what they want to do with their businesses and how it involves the economy and society, sure, that's private. They are they are private citizens, but politicians going to these groups, I find it sketchy because they are public servants. They answer to the public. So what they are privy to should not be private unless it concerns national security. And again, even if it does concern national security, that means other facets of our government should be privy to what they are are discussing in these meetings. But even other facets of the government aren't privy to what some of these politicians who are invited to the Bilderberg annual meetings get to discuss. Like I said, that's one of the first times I first gave the side eye to Barack Obama was back in 2008 when he was invited to the Bilderberg meeting. And I'm like, why is he, privy to that? And then you notice soon after he stacked his cabinet with people from Wall Street and from the elite. But prior to that, he ran on a platform where he promoted himself as a progressive populist, and he wasn't. This is why in 2012, even though he won decisively the presidential election, he had less favor than he did in 2008 when people thought he was a progressive populist. And then, you know, his first 4 years, we found out he was just another neoliberal candidate, a neoliberal politician who pretended to be a progressive populist. So, like I said, I don't know where we go from that, but thank you guys for bringing up some of these groups like Black Axe. I never heard of in Nigeria. If you can drop some more information about that in the chat, that'd be welcome. Propaganda do again. Would like to hear more information on that because again, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna I'm not gonna look down upon Freemasons for an alleged faction of Freemasons in Italy. Like I said, the I think Italian citizens need to be more worried about this coalescing of different Italian mobs into one super organization. They should be more worried about that. Because, like I said, the the fact that the mafia families of Rome, Naples, and Sicily are 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 forming a super group, and they never got along before. Like they unalived each other in massive numbers, and again, the fact that also the Italian mafia doesn't play by the moves of by the rules of the American mafia. They will unalive family and police. I think people should be worried about them. They play by their own rules. So I would be more worried about that in Italy than a alleged faction of the Freemasons who people are worried are taking over the government when we have when we just have unconfirmed sources just called they. If we can put a name to the they, then we can actually delve more into it and see if if this is something worrisome for people over there in Italy. But until then, I think people should be more worried about the mafia there and about their already pretty shitty economy. Italy has a shitty economy. Catherine says I'm back. Oh well, I survived here, Catherine. I actually got some some conversation out of the chat to keep it going for a little while. Um, let me plug this in so we can keep this conversation going before my thing breaks down. Hold up a second. Let me plug this bad boy in. There we go. And you guys listening to the anime music I got on the anime music. Well, it said it's anime music, but a lot of this is not anime music. A lot of this is just a lot of this is rock music. Unfortunately, one of them was that Lil Nas X. I only recognize one Nas. There's only one Nas. Lil Nas X. I'm the real Nas should make his make him change his little Fanuc name, but whatever. Yeah, I don't know how that got into my anime mix because that and plus it was the worst one. It was the music video where he's literally grinding on the devil. Like I don't want to see that fruity shit. Like I had to watch my words, but yeah, I don't want to see that. Catherine G says like, share, and subscribe. Buy Contrarian a coffee, a super chat, please and thank you. No, she had to go charge her phone. Catherine G says Ms. Contrarian still here. She had to go charge her phone, and she might have just got bored. Honestly, if she did, I don't blame her because we don't have a lot of. There's not a lot of thrilling discussion here. I'm trying to keep it going by just talking. Some people did mention some other secret societies of which I never heard of. Someone mentioned something called the Black Axe in Nigeria. Someone mentioned Propagation Due, which they say is supposedly a faction of the Freemasons in Italy that supposedly is taking over the Italian government. But when a person mentioned it, they just said they, and I gave this whole little, uh, I gave this whole didactic diatribe on why people should find it a red flag when people make claims starting with they because it doesn't make sense. I would say it would just be as weird as starting off a claim with he or she, and we don't know who he or she is. But for some reason, people don't feel the same weirdness when someone starts off a claim by they. And I was like, you know, you should always pronouns need to be instantiated with some sort of proper name. Like you don't just get away with some sort of they. So I was saying that's how you know, that's sort of like a red flag that you hear in a bullshit claim is anytime you hear they. And someone even mentioned a book that talks about that sort of thing. Pamela Barker, she was saying there's a book regarding conspiracy theories called Behind the Mask, and it mentions how people abuse the word they as a weasel word. And so, in both linguistics and philosophy, we talk about the ambiguity and vagueness of natural language, of human natural language, and how it's used to confuse people, um, and how it's been used in Orwellian ways, and how it's caused a lot of pseudo problems in philosophy. A lot of so called problems in philosophy are just a matter of uh, linguistic. Um, linguistic ambiguity, and once you actually get rid of the ambiguity, it kind of just dissolves the philosophy problem. We find out there was no real conceptual or metaphysical problem underlying the question. It was just a matter of linguistic ambiguity. Uh, Kat says, "Have you heard of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn?" No, that sounds like something from a like sci-fi or a comic book. That is that a real thing? She says that yes, there is a lot in that. Yeah, I've never heard of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. I heard of the I have a Batman graphic novel of Golden Dawn, which is him talking about his, this girlfriend who's supposed to be similar to Rachel Dawes in Batman Begins. And so I think they took inspiration from the Rachel Dawes character in Batman Begins movie and created this character in the Batman books back in like the the late 2000s. But other than that, I'm I'm joking around, but yeah, I've never heard of it. I think a lot of people like to make up these. Hold up. Cass is more commonly the Golden Dawn was a secret society devoted to the study and practice of occult hermeticism and metaphysics during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard of them. I think a lot of people delve into conspiracy theories and stuff like that because it makes them feel good to feel like they know something secret that other people don't know. And I think that's what fuels this constant putting on my psychology cap here. So um, I think a lot of people feel a sense of worth by knowing hidden hidden knowledge, the so-called hidden knowledge, and that's what fuels conspiracy theory minded thinking and people's beliefs in secret cabals and organizations and stuff like that because having the insider knowledge makes you feel important, undeserved sense of importance. Because usually people who are, and I'm, and I'm going to just be completely blunt. Usually people who are of lower socioeconomic class cling to conspiracy theories and stuff like that because it makes them have a sense of importance. Whereas people who are of higher socioeconomic status levels tend to not really delve into these sorts of things. Or they may be of the very organizations that people think are the secret cabals controlling everything. So, but yeah, uh, Cass says that's Wikipedia's take on it. Okay, that's cool. She says, what about the secret societies that are involved in sex trafficking and child trafficking? What secret societies? Like I said, we know of the organizations that do these sorts of things. You know, there there are. I mean, you have the Venezuelan gang coming to America, the Tren Agua, whatever, what the fuck they call their names. You don't have to think of secret societies. They are very well known criminal international. They call ICOs or international criminal organizations that are well known that peddle in sex trafficking and child trafficking. Like we know of these organizations. We know of these narco trafficking organizations throughout Latin America that peddle drugs and people. We know of places in Africa that do it. I mean, up until 2003, Mauritania still had slavery legal on their books until 2003. And there's still a lot of illegals, even though it's been made illegal, there's still a lot of patent slave trading going on throughout North Africa and the Middle East till today. The Barbary slave trade went on well after the transatlantic slave trade ended and ended up enslaving more Europeans than were Africans brought across the Atlantic. And these white people were stolen off the Barbary coast and sent to the Middle East. In places in Southeast Asia and China, there's still a lot of slavery going on. There's no reason to bring up secret societies. Again, a lot of people who believe in secret societies doing all these evil things are just people. And like I said, I'm because I'm a skeptic, I'm always going to be blunt and honest with you guys. A lot of these people's beliefs in secret societies are people from lower socioeconomic status levels who want to have insider knowledge on things to make themselves feel important. there's no reason to add a ghost into the machine when we already know that there's these ICOs or international criminal organizations that do things like um, uh, get involved in trafficking and narcotics and and other sorts of really effed up things, right? You know, there's no Greek lettered organizations and Freemasons or Illuminati controlling the strings behind society that's controlling trafficking. Like we know these organizations. We know there are these militias in Africa doing stuff like that. We know there are these militias in Latin America doing this stuff, and the narco trafficking groups like the Sandista or whatever you call those folks in northern Mexico, um, the El Chapos. So it's like we know what they're doing. Uh, Cass says, I do believe that the elites are controlling the narrative on mainstream media. Government are involved in this. Oh yeah, it's called so that's called govern that's called news. That's called managing the news. Managing the news is a well-known um, thing where corporations and government agencies will 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 propagate disinformation in mainstream media for their own devices. This is well established. This is another part of skepticism. It's called managing the news. Managing the news is when either corporate entities or government entities put out disinformation through the mainstream media to control the narrative that they want people to believe. This is why there's such an all-time low trust in legacy media now. This is why a lot of people now, particularly younger folks, are getting more of their information from vloggers who are on the scene, from podcasters, and from internet media sources like The Hill, The Young Turks, Blaze TV, Daily Wire, Newsmax, you name it. You name it. They're playing, but no. Dakisa says hello. You are here. You don't have to read. We know you're here, Dakisa. Appreciate it. The DA J1995 leg says, "What's the topic about? Just arrived." So I'm just gonna shorten and say the DA. So DA, for the last 3 weeks, I've been doing live streams where I discuss paranormal topics, and this is my last day for paranormal topics. And this one is about uh, secret society organizations and whether they control us. Um, and the short answer is no. The long answer is who are we talking about and to what degree. uh, Cass says there are a lot of subliminal messages, and psychology used to brainwash the masses. Thus, why not limit my watching the idiot box? That's not true. Um, First of all, it's like I don't know what you mean specifically about psychology. If you're talking about scientific psychology does not brainwash the masses. Scientific psychology is the scientific study of behavior and its underlying mental processes. That is what psychology is. Scientific psychology. As far as subliminal messages, again, subliminal messages were actually studied in psychology in the early in in the 20th century, and it was found out that they don't actually work because they tried to use subliminal messages in the past, say like in movie theaters, to try to get people to go to the concession stand, buy more popcorn and soda and candy. But they found out that the message is subliminal, it's not going to get processed. So again, this is why you have to also have a good understanding of bio. This is why my when I took psychology, I took it as a biological science because it's more. I think it's more natural science is more is has more better research methodology. So when you look at subliminal messages, the thing is subliminal messages don't work because if it's subliminal, which means um is under the threshold of us being able to consciously hear it, we cannot process it. You, because of working memory, there's a there's a thresh be, um, because of working memory, there's a bottleneck for all the information getting to us that can get processed. Because obviously, without the that sort of bottleneck that working memory provides, we will be deluged with all sorts of random bits of sensory data coming at us at all times. We had to learn how to screen some of that out. And obviously, if something is subliminal, it's going to get screened out. It's not going to meet that threshold to get further processed by working memory, where it'll reach our attentional processes. Like that's just not true. So, like I said, they've actually studied subliminal message to see if it works, and subliminal messages don't actually work because they're not processed because it's subliminal, meaning is under the limit that we are can consciously hear it or see it or whatever. So that yeah, that doesn't work, unfortunately. Because if so, we could use subliminal message for all sorts of things, both for good or for ill. But and it has been tried, like it has been tried in the military and it's been tried in other other places, but it doesn't work. But scientific psychology is not out there to brainwash the masses. Psychology is just it's just another branch of science that is out there to study specifically behavior and its underlying mental processes. Unfortunately, uh, psychology often becomes the Rodney Dangerfield of the sciences, which means it gets no, which is a funny way of saying it gets no respect from from the masses or from other or even sometimes other branches of natural science, because as far as most of us are concerned and who study psychology, we consider psychology to be another branch of natural science and not merely just a social science. It bridges both worlds, both natural science and social science, but the fact that all human behavior is a reflection of the nervous system means that at its core, psychology is a natural science. So the DA says I agree with Catherine. Takisa says we all do. Catherine G says psyop is what I call it. Okay, psyop is not psychology. That's two different things. Psyop, which is short for psychological operations, is something used in both military and the intelligence community or the IC. That is not psychology. That is taking that is taking things we learned in psychology and in for tact using it in tactical ways. That's I mean, but that's unfair to say psychology itself is brainwashing the masses. That would be like saying that chemistry is being used to destroy everyone, or physics is being used to blow up the world, or uh, astronomy is being used to create satellites to spy on everyone, or and you just can keep going like you have to give nuance. Like the fact that people can use scientific knowledge for for dubious purposes is not a smirch on the science itself. I mean, if you want to look at something that can be looked at with a side eye, neuromarketing. Neuromarketing is a new hybrid science which takes uh, which takes neuroeconomics and marketing and fuse it into one into the interdisciplinary study where the focus of it is how we can study the brain and people's economic behavior for the purposes of better marketing practices. That is kind of effed up. So if I was gonna give some branch of science a side eye, it would be something like neuromarketing, as well as industrial, and then what's called IO psychology, which is industrial and organizational psychology, which is a a sub a sub discipline within psychology that is often used in the business world to study ways of how to make you know business firms more effective, and so. But psychology itself contains so many different sub disciplines that I'm not gonna dismiss the whole branch, that whole branch of science, just because of people take some of it and use it as psyops. That's not fair. The key says, do you have a news source you trust or news? Oh, news source. Um, well, so how I look at the keys, I don't think you should get your news source. I don't think you should get all your news just from one source. I've said this before. Like, I think so. This it's not like how it used to be 50 years ago, where pretty much everyone got their news source from three different TV sources: CBS, NBC, NBC, CBS, and ABC, right? Or the newspaper. Um, Now there's such a deluge of information now. It's actually you gotta contain how where you get your news from. But even still, if I was to say, how do you critically think when it comes to looking at news information? One, you want it to be from a credible news source, so someone that's affiliated with the Associated Press and with Reuters, right? That's a good sign. First of all. Then second of all, you want to get news sources that come from both the political left and the political right. If you only get news that comes from the political left, you're gonna miss out on a lot of information that you will only get on the right, and vice versa. If you only get your information from news sources from the political right, you're gonna miss out on the stuff that comes from the left. So for me, I get my I will watch news that from Fox, CNN, the Young Turks, The Hill, Newsmax, Blaze TV, Daily Wire, uh, podcasters like Joe Rogan, and vloggers like China Uncensored. Shout out to them. Hope good information for like unbiased news from China and other parts of Asia. Um, and so like I have a pretty good so I'm not watching news all day long, by the way. That would be thoroughly boring. But my point is, if you want to be well versed in what's going on in the world, you need to get it from a plethora of sources, not just from one source. No, because legacy media are all controlled by corporations. You know, like like Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post several years ago, so you shouldn't expect information about him or Amazon to this that would be unsavory to be in the Washington Post. You should probably go to other places besides the Washington Post, or if you live in the Northeast like I do, you can easily become politically encapsulated in being a Northeast liberal by only reading the New York Times and the Washington Post and USA Today or Boston Globe. You need to read sources that come from out of the Northeast. This is why so many people in the Northeast or over on the West Coast who only read like the LA Times or the San Francisco Bee or whatever were surprised that Trump won, because they only read news sources that reinforce their own echo chambers. So you need to read stuff that you might disagree with. And what you do is use the tools of critical thinking to assess information. So that's the third part. The third part is you need to know the basic tools of critical thinking skills. And at the core of that, even if you don't have a specific educational basis for critical thinking skills, there's common sense reason, which is what is the evidence for this claim, and what is the evidence against this claim, and which one is more proportional. Is there more evidence for it, or is there more evidence against it? That doesn't take specialized any sort of specialized education. That's just common sense reasoning. But to delve into like specific s- specific things, then you're going to need some sort of educational background in it. So for me, I can delve into things dealing with psychology, behavioral science, philosophy, and linguistics because I have a background in those three things, generally in cognitive science or cognitive research, behavioral science, and social science. Like, so, and, logic. But outside of that, I have to defer to the experts. So that's the fourth thing. No one to look into the sources of experts. When it comes to that, you need to find out who's considered a credible and reputable source within their community. If someone is a so-called maverick or goes against the grain in whatever thing is being discussed, you should take whatever they say with a grain of salt, cum grano salis. um, Sorry guys, I just had a hiccup with the live. Hope you guys are still here. Um, but yeah, so like I said, the fourth thing is knowing how to defer to experts. And like I said, when you defer to experts, they should be someone who's considered credible and reputable within their field. Someone who's credible or reputable in their field is usually, but not always, going to go with what the community at large thinks. So if someone's considered a maverick within their academic discipline or whatever, most likely they're not going to be right. Most scientists weren't mavericks. They just they just confirmed what people had already believed through better research. Um, or like when you're talking about the news and stuff like that, like who's considered credible and reputable in certain areas of the media, right? This is what we have to look at. So I know that was a very long answer, but hopefully that was helpful. Oh, and five is probably related to what I was saying about learning critical thinking skills. Number five would be getting some sort of foundation and like formal logic, because critical thinking skills can sometimes be considered informal logic, but also you want to have some sort of establishment in or formal or symbolic logic. So that would be the fifth thing. Um, the the DA says they tell you themselves that they control you. Again, I don't think you were here. It's a red flag when people say they. Who is they, DA? Again, there's no other claim where you can just start off with he or she without already instantiating who he or she is. You have to instantiate a proper name for that pronoun, they. Otherwise, it's a red flag that you're making a bullshit claim. People will often say they just to refer to themselves, but they don't want to say is they're referring to themselves, so they call it they to make you believe that there's a bunch of people who who are asserting the very thing that they're asserting. Let's not do the they, because they is a red flag that you're either making something up or is a bullshit claim. Who is they? Again, if someone started off any sort of sentence like, "Yeah, he said that movie's coming out tonight," the first thing you would be like is, "Who is he?" So it's the same thing with they. As soon as someone says, "Well, they say all of them are controlling us," the first thing you want to ask is, "Who the hell is they?" No one's going to believe. No one should take a claim seriously with someone starting off with a pronoun they, or he, or she, or one. If someone will be so formal as to say one, is no, it's not believable. Who is they? Like I said, no one would start off a claim saying he said that or she said that when we don't know who he or she already is. So neither should you start off a claim with they, because it's a red flag that you're probably just making that up. Skepticism 101. Cat says no. Dakisa says no. Cat says brainwashing works. Not really. If brainwashing works, therapy would be a whole lot easier. Brainwashing doesn't work. Again, if it did, psychotherapy would be a lot easier. But psychotherapy is not very useful except cognitive therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy. Like, and there's different sorts of cognitive and behavioral therapies, like behavior modification therapy, and other sorts of things. But yeah, if brainwashing really worked, then psychotherapy would be much easier. Again, you should know this. You have a significant background in psychology, just like I do. Like, brainwashing doesn't work, or again, it would be more psychotherapy would be a very easy enterprise. Psychotherapy is not very useful outside of the so-called dodo effect, which is basically a general placebo effect that you get regardless of what sort of therapeutic approach that you receive, which is called the dodo effect in psychotherapy. But again, if brainwashing worked, psychotherapy would be much easier. But psychotherapy is hard because brainwashing doesn't work very well. You can influence people, definitely, and this comes through so-called manipulation. Again, we study manipulation and stuff like that in psychology through in social psychology. Um, but it is a very specific thing. Um, Ken says it goes directly into the unconscious. No, it's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. She says surpasses the conscious mind. No, there's no conscious mind, unconscious mind. If you're unconscious, that means you're not. It just simply means you're unaware. Conscious means you are aware. Um, one of the one of the best things Sigmund Freud uncovered was the fact that most of our mental processing is unconscious, which simply means that most of it is under the, is is most of our mental activity we're consciously unaware of. Like, this is why this is why intuition is a real thing, which is the liberation before attention effect, because fits into what we learned from Freud, uh, you know, you know, over 100 years ago, which is the fact that a lot of our mental processing is done unconsciously, including some of our ability to make inferences can be consciously done. So we may make unconscious inferences and decide on things before we were consciously aware of it, and then after the fact think that we are aware of those things, and will and will rationalize a decision that was already made before we were even aware of it. But it, no, again, brainwashing is not a serious thing, because again, if it did, psychotherapy would be much easier. But psychotherapy is very difficult because it's hard to change things when it comes to psychopathology. Psychopathology would be easy to deal with if brainwashing was an easier process to do, and it's not. Dakisa says no. You keep saying no, but you're not filling in the no. DA says group psychology. Humans are social creatures, and our decisions often align with group dynamics, reducing individual autonomy. Uh, so I guess so. You're referring to social psychology. So yes, it is shown in social psychology that Um, it is often shown that social behavior um, trumps how do I put it, individual choices and decision making. But that's getting into other things. Again, that doesn't really buttress her assertion that there's a there's a lot of brainwashing going on. Plus, again, it was wrong to say that psychology is brainwashing the masses. It's not. Again, psychology is the academic study. Suck a dick, Briggs. Anyway, um, and do it in the figure eight motion. Make sure you get all up between the scrotum. Look it all the way down to the shaft and back up to the tip. Make sure you do that, Briggs. Do it real well, like your mother did. She was the best, absolute best. Man, man, she took all the chocolate off, all the chocolate. She loved how veiny it was too, Briggs. But we didn't say she was too old. The older she was, the better, because she lost all her teeth when she got old, and she could just do pure gums, Briggs. Pure gums, Briggs. Pure gums, just like you about to do. After I knock out your fucking teeth, you can just use all gums like your mother used to. All gums. Make sure you get that tongue motion in, all, all the way down to the uvula. And guys, that's what happens when someone tries to talk shit to a Generation X person. Anyway, back to our discussion. DA is he making jokes? I hope you referring to Briggs, not me. Like what I'm saying again, I'm being sanguine about psychology. Again, it's just the scientific study of behavior and and its underlying mental processes. There's nothing sinister about psychology. This whole notion that there's always something sinister going on with some group or society is usually by people who hold very little. Again, I'm going to be blunt. People who hold all these sort of conspiracy beliefs and secret organizations who think that science is out to do us dirty and all sorts of stuff are often held by people who hold very little power in society. So they get a feeling of self worth by thinking they have some sort of insider knowledge about things. That's the fact. In any case, as far as psyops, yes, these are tactics used by people in the intel community and in the military where they take scientific knowledge and try to use it in a way to manipulate others. Like being in the middle of a war and having uh, a loud broadcast talk about you need to give up, all your people are giving up, come join us. Or another side telling all the black soldiers, hey, these people don't care about you. Why fight for them? That's psyops. Then they've done that sort of stuff, and you can look this up in World War II. Anything I guys, anything I assert, you can fact check me on, and you'll be like, damn, he's right. uh, as far as brainwashing, yes, it has been attempted, but it doesn't work that well. Like I said, if it worked so well, psychotherapy would be a hell of a lot easier because one of the things brainwashing does is uh, the purposes of brainwashing is to change how people think. But that's a very difficult thing to do. Again, if we could brainwash people or hence make change how people think, it would make psychotherapy a easier process because that's the very purpose of psychotherapy is specifically in cognitive behavioral therapy is changing how people think and behave. It's very difficult, and that's not even and that's just dealing with normal brain people. When you're talking about people dealing with psychopathology, it's even harder. Not easier. It's harder dealing with people with psychopathology to change how they think and behave so that they can lead a healthier life. Um, but even with normal brain people, it can be a very hard process. So this is why brainwashing isn't what people think it is. DA says, I thought it was on a comedy channel. Oh, this is not a comedy channel, but believe and trust, my friend, that when I have trolls come into my live stream, I will roast the fuck out of them because, again, he's calling me old, which ironically, I'm Gen X. My generation, people born between 1965 and 1980, we don't give a fuck. Okay? We do not give a fuck. And we are known to be a very sarcastic generation. We grew up like in the times of like the Breakfast Club and Clueless and Mallrats and so I can mention so many movies that came out between the 80s and early 90s that display basically what we are, but we are known as being a very cynical group of folks, and particularly Black Gen X kids. We used to insult each other for fun in school when we were bored. So some little Gen Z twat coming onto my live stream trying to talk trash or insult me, it's not going to go very well because, again, I can insult him much better than he can. So beware of insulting someone from Generation X. You will get your feelings hurt. But this isn't a comedy channel, but I will roast the fuck out of any person who comes here trying to insult me because that's my nature. I used to win. I used to win, you know, cracking contests or whatever we call it, cracking, joning, busting, snapping, playing the dozens, whatever you want to call it. We like we used to hold contests, and I used to win a few. So anyway, back to the back to the discussion. Kat says conditioning from birth and the neural connections and pathways that have been forged are difficult to undo. It takes a minimum of 21 days to forge new neural pathways. The old pathways don't disappear. That's not true. Old if um, neurosynaptic. So the only place where we see neurogenesis is in two places. One is like the centers for memory and learning, like the hippocampus and another part of the neocortex involved in memory and learning. Those two places we know specifically is where neurogenesis happens. Neurogenesis is a fancy way of saying they grow new neural cells. Synaptic connections, the white matter, as opposed to neural cells, which are the gray matter, they continue growing throughout life. They also get they they also can die throughout life as well. Like there's the big neural pruning in childhood where you if you don't use it, you lose it, which happens in early childhood. But those synaptic connections are always being built, pruned throughout throughout our brain life. Um, that I don't want to get too much into neuroscience, but yeah, yeah, it's not true that old pathways don't die. That's um, if that was the case, we wouldn't have things like dementia and other uh, age-related degenerative diseases. Old pathways do die, even in normal, even in normal, even in normal cognitive development. There's going to be a level of normal mental decline as people age. That's just normal outside of dementia, which is a whole other problem. But that decline comes because old pathways do die, and others sometimes, and whereas others do are created. So that's not true. Um, Ducky says, I take my like away. Good luck and good day. Okay. Adios. I don't know what the takeaway is for, or I don't know why I'm supposed to give a fuck, but you don't like the fact that I roasted someone? I don't care. Be gone, bitch. Anyway, Catherine says, though psychology can be used as a tool to manipulate, and that is my point. Anything can be used to manipulate someone. That's that you can't you can't fault a branch of science for being misused. Every branch of science has been misused for some purpose. Chemistry, biology, astronomy, physics, engineering, history, sociology, economics. Every branch of every branch of science, whether natural science or social science, has been has been misused because people it's science is not science is not a religion. It's not it's not something that's moral. It's not some sort of moral uh um moral body. Like it has no moral worth in itself. Science is for the purposes of, depending on your understanding of science, whether you're a scientific realist or a scientific instrumentalist, but we don't have to get into all that. But generally, most people are scientific realists, which is the thought that science aims to describe and accurately portray the world as it is. If people want to use that knowledge for ill, you can't stop it. If they want outside of military means, or if they want to use it for good, you can't stop it. Again, other than by military means. That's blame the psychology because a few people do psyops. That doesn't really make sense. Like psyop is not a huge thing because again, psychology is a young science. It's the youngest. It's the youngest of all the. It's probably the youngest of all the natural sciences. So people should be more worried about bio like uh bio warfare than psyops. Like for psyops to be really useful, we have to have a better understanding of how the mind works. And as far so far, we're still at a very rudimentary level. So it's again, it's just conspiracy minded thinking with that doesn't have enough evidence to back it up. But point taken that yes, psychology can be misused, but but to invoke the fairness maximum, the so excuse me, the fairness maxim here, to invoke the fairness maxim, all branches of science can and have been misused. So unfortunately, I mean, people do bad things, and if they have better tools to do bad things, they'll do it. She's like, yes, I agree. I agree. At Temperance 28. Oh, I missed. I didn't see what Temperance 28 said. Temperance says religion and science can manipulate a person used to manipulate. Okay, but so what? Anything can be used to manipulate people. That's what I want you. That's what I don't get. Why you guys are not understanding that? Saying science as if it's one thing is just goofy. It's just like saying government. When people say government, as if government is one thing and not made up of several different departments and agencies and individuals who head those agencies and departments under which they have people working for them with all sorts of different motives and agendas. Like it, it's just conspiracy thinking by people who don't hold very much power to think that there's these people out there in the world, whether scientists or government or secret societies, all controlling what we do. No, you control what you do. You need to be responsible for what you do. Hold, take personal responsibility for your own behavior and actions. Start from there. then worry later about secret society organizations and science and government after the fact. Learn to control what you can control. But if the only evidence you have for someone controlling you from behind the screen is someone saying they did this, eh, this is what I want people to learn: skepticism. The whole point of these 3 weeks of paranormal discussions is to teach people skepticism. Cass, science doesn't have all the answers though either. No one claimed that it did. the The issue is science is the only and science and also I would say analytic philosophy are the only self-correcting, which is what makes them so successful. It's just it's that's a complete it's a complete red herring to say science doesn't have all the answers. That wasn't the point. The point is the science is self-correcting, which is why it has so there's no there is no institution that has had the track of success that science has. And why? Because it is self-correcting, because it has built in its own measure of skepticism, not only of claims made with made outside of science, but claims especially made within science. So when you have scientists that, for their own reasons, put out misinformation or disinformation, put out do commit research fraud, or communities that hold on to scientific beliefs that no longer hold water compared to the evidence, they get corrected. This is why religion has not made any strides in the past 2,000 years, because it is frozen. As my professor once called religion, is frozen metaphysics. What was once a fluid and open way of thinking of different ideas has become frozen by the disciples of some thinker, and his adherents have no longer tried to look for more information outside of that. Once science does that, and it's no longer science. So the only people who claim to have all the answers are in religion. Science is self-correcting and does so by doubting and testing its claims. Like, philosophy is similar. No one is harder on philosophy than other philosophers, um, and the progress of philosophy is that once a huge enough body of knowledge is accumulated within some philosophical field, it ceases to be philosophy and becomes science. This is what has happened to cognitive science. Cognitive science was once uh, firmly something conceptual and metaphysical up until like the late 50s, early 60s, with the coming of Noam Chomsky and Jerry Fodor and some others, who threw away the behaviorism paradigm of psychology at the time, as well as took in things coming in from linguistics and neurobiology and zoology and anthropology and computer science, and this became cognitive science. But often the progress in philosophy is hidden because, again, once it progresses to a certain amount, it becomes science. And science, once it gives us enough information, that stuff goes into that goes to the engineers. Um, but no one's claiming that science has all the answers. Obviously, it doesn't, because it doesn't ask every sort of question. It only asks empirical questions. Things that fall outside of empirical questions goes into the realm of either philosophy or religion. Science gives us the knowledge. Philosophy gives us the understanding. Religion gives us the faith. So, uh, podcast is totally Phil Clark says, "What are your thoughts on Scientology?" Scientology is just a new a new religion written by a very bad science fiction author. His Dianetics was bullshit, so he turned his Dianetics into a religion, which became Scientology. Um, when you look at the core beliefs in Scientology, it's just poorly written science fiction. Like Star Wars is better written science fiction than Scientology. Star Trek is better written science fiction than Scientology. Uh, if you want to talk about secret societies, uh, the Church of Scientology has an undue influence on many people in Hollywood. You know, we know of folks like Tom Cruise and allegedly Will Smith, who's shown some favoritism towards certain Scientology beliefs. Um, and uh, John Travolta. Uh, we know that the chick from King of Queens had to escape the Scientology church, and she said how it was like for people who were non-celebrities, how cruel and uh, strict they were. Like the celebrities are treated are in a completely different uh, branch of the Church of Scientology than the regular folks are, who are treated in a very cult-like way, whereas the celebrities are kind of seen as the ambassadors of the church, so they're treated in a much better way. People like John Travolta and Tom Cruise and possibly Will Smith, uh, as well as the guy Isaac, the, the black R&B dude that used to be on South Park until they insulted Scientology, so he left. So that's my take on Scientology. Like, is one that is a now that's a organization, a secret organization that is kind of sinister because they're a cult and they seek to control the people in their cult while they use celebrities to be their ambassadors to bring people into their religion. And it's written by L. Ron Hubbard, who was just a science fiction writer. His Dianetics and his beliefs in Scientology that he created are poorly constructed science fiction. And again, the world of the the world of Star Wars by George Lucas is much better written, which is why there's a church that came out of Star Wars independently of George Lucas, of course. Had nothing to do with it, but Jedi realism. So that's my thoughts on that. GJC says evening. He said Paris Hilton survived some sort of cult school growing up, made me hate her less. I didn't know that. The DA says he has cognitive bias and he tried to gaslight me because I said they asked me to explain who they are, but either didn't read my comment or did and choose to ignore it. I did read your comment. I didn't see you instantiating who that they is, and you you need to watch the beginning of this on replay because I gave a huge diatribe on the problems of people using they in random claims. I already said that there's a they is used as a red flag that someone is making a bullshit claim. I don't care if that offends you or not. It's just a fucking fact. There again, no one would start off a claim with a pronoun without first instantiating to which to what that pronoun refers to, unless they were trying to make a bullshit claim and sell it to people. No one would start off saying he said X or Y or Z without first establishing who that he is. If someone just randomly said, he said that the president isn't going isn't going to do such and such, the first thing you ask is who's he. So if someone says they, is the same problem. If someone just starts off saying, well, they think that such and such is controlling all of us, who is they? It's just common sense. The problem with common sense is that, as Descartes said a long time ago, everyone thinks they have so much abundance of good sense that they never seek to look for more of it. So if that if that If that grinds your you know your goals, I'm sorry. I'm a I pride myself on being rational and skepticism and critical thinking. That's not for everyone because some people are too lazy to think critically. And trying to use fallacies against me, that's not going to work, my friend. No one was gaslighting you. I'm not, again, I didn't say your claim was bullshit. You're making a very strong man. You are projecting a very strong man argument that you are claiming that I'm making. I didn't say your claim was bullshit. I was saying that using they without instantiating whom that they refers to in some sort of claim is a red flag, that often that claim is either bullshit or it, you know, or it's not a, or it's a dubious claim. I didn't say your claim is. I was saying you need to instantiate who that they is. That's what I said. So you're making the very straw man argument against me that you're projecting onto, that saying I am doing it, and it's actually a name for that fallacy. I'm just trying not to use too much jargon, but I'm not going to go there. That, but these homonyms, your homonym attacks are not going to. Your ad hominem attacks, they're not going to work. Try that on small-minded people on other fucking live streams. That shit's not going to work here. It's not. You made a bullshit claim. I called you out on it. So now I am going to say it's a bullshit claim because instead of you instantiating who that they is, you're now trying to do this sort of whole red herring sort of line of reasoning, which means an evasion of the argument. That's what. So, because you can be like, oh, red herring. A red herring means an evasion of the very topic that we're discussing. Instead of actually, you're doubling down on the on it. Instead of just saying, well, when I said they, I meant the such and such from the book, whatever, or from such and such news, or whatever, whatever it originally came from that you're claiming. Instead of just giving us that, you're just doubling down on what you're saying. So now I'm just going to call it out and say it's bullshit. Before I was just saying that they is a red flag for many dubious and BS claims. That's what I originally said, and I said that before you even came on. Because you weren't privy to that, that's your fault, not mine. But you can watch this on replay. And I really don't give a fuck about your feelings. Gen X here. I think people need to remember that I'm Gen X. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. I give a fuck about reason. Acute Pumpkin Cloud Hopper says Scientology is a human trafficking cult. I don't know about that one. I I don't know enough about them to say that. So I can't I you know I can't substantiate that claim myself. I would say whereas I can't say they do human trafficking. What I can say is that they do some sketchy shit. Like I said, if people want to know more about some of the abuses of the Scientology uh, church, they can look into I forgot what the actress name is from Rena Rem, whatever her name is, the actress who was the co-star in King of Queens. She's talked about her life uh, as a Scientologist growing up, her family in it, and how she escaped the church. So, but I can't substantiate the claim myself with my lack of knowledge about it that they participate in human trafficking because that is a that is a that is a heavy claim to make upon someone. So I can't do that. Um, DA says Phil Clogger, Scientology does not have a clear concept of a personal God or creator. It focuses on individuals as eternal thetans, spiritual beings capable of achieving godlike potential through spiritual advancement. And again, another source. although a sort of a cynical source, but a source nonetheless for knowing more about Scientology is again South Park. They went into a lot of it. Like they made it in a funny way, but everything they say was actually backed by people who were involved in the church and say, yeah, this is like they're not kidding. Like they said it in a way to make it look ridiculous, just like when they made fun of Mormonism. But pretty much the stuff they said is pretty accurate. So, like I said, that's another way people can look into the church and Scientology is like some of the stuff the South Park hilariously put out, which is actually kind of accurate. Um, DA says Scientology is a belief system founded by L. Ron Hubbard, which I mentioned already in 1953, combining elements of self help, spirituality, and pseudoscience. Yeah, and he was, again, a failed. If people know the history of L. Ron Hubbard, he was a failed science fiction author. DA says it centers on the idea that humans are immortal spiritual beings called Thetans who can achieve enlightenment and freedom through practices like quote unquote auditing to overcome past traumas, which makes it a pseudo psychology as well. Um, DA is often controversial. It is criticized for its secrecy, high cost, and alleged manipulative practices. Factual. DA says by saying it is a bullshit claim, it's just a strong. Oh, we already got into that, so we're gonna skip ahead and see what his replies are. He's I guess you yes I did not see you list the names to look up. Again, guys realize sometimes some things you will put on here will not get into the chat room. YouTube's algorithm will automatically delete. Like if you can point to where you put that, I will happily eat humble pie. But I did not see that. Again, let me make sure. I have my chat filter on all messages, so if it didn't make it through and it's on all messages, then the algorithm probably didn't let it get published. That's not my fault. He says scroll up. Uh, so the only thing you mentioned, you said some philosophers and scientists. That's still very vague. Again, you can't get away from making a specific claim with vague sources. It is a dubious tactic. Again, you're not gonna talk over a person with a background in linguistics and logic. It, specific claims require specific sources. Just like this is akin to what Carl Sagan said: extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Akin to that, specific claims also, if you're gonna if you're gonna say that someone is making a claim, a very specific claim, you need to have a specific source for that specific claim. It has to be proportional. So just saying scientists and philosophers, what scientists and philosophers? Because I'm very well acquainted with many famous scientists and philosophers. Um, but like I said, originally I didn't call you claim bullshit. I was warning you that saying they is a red flag. That's what I was originally saying. And I had even given a whole diatribe like a half an hour before you came into the live stream about that. So when I heard it, I reinforced what I had already talked about a half an hour prior to you coming into the live stream. Then when you doubled down on it and I didn't see any specific source that you mentioned, I assumed that you were just putting in BS. So then I said, well, now I am going to call it a BS claim, whereas at first I wasn't. I was just saying it's a red flag when people use they if they don't instantiate that pronoun with a proper name to which it refers. So again, if you did mention a specific source, so far I see something saying, you know, scientists, philosophers, and companies. So it could be my oversight. And if so, you know, that, you know, I would definitely give you my mea culpa. So I'm up. I scrolled all the way up, and it says the problem is every time I scroll up, you guys keep putting more stuff in the chat room, so I have to go all the way back up again. Dude, chill so I can read the fucking thing. If you want me to believe you, let me fucking read the shit first, then comment. Somebody never took debating class or a communication class. Anyway, Jesus Christ. So yes, I missed a lot of comments because every time someone puts something, it skips the chat room ahead. So I keep missing a lot of stuff. That is on me. That is definitely on me. So guys, give me a fucking second to read the stuff instead of adding more comments so I can actually read it. Jesus Christ. I keep saying that. Stop adding comments before I can read what you want me to read. Every time you add something to the chat room, the it brings the chat all the way back down to the bottom. So I have to scroll all the way back up. Stop doing it. Give me a second, please. Jesus. So we get to the part where the Kisa, whatever the fuck his name is, says, "I take my life away, like I give a fuck, fuck him, or her, whatever she is, or he, or they, or it." Getting back to DA, he says, after Cat, he was saying some philosophers and scientists argue that while our decisions are influenced by external and internal factors, this doesn't entirely negate free will. They suggest again again, your they is referring to a group of philosophers and scientists whom you didn't mention. Again, you're making a very specific claim attributed to a vague people, philosophers and scientists. They are very different types of philosophers and very different types of scientists. There are many different branches of science and many different branches of philosophy. Which philosophers? Which scientists? Is Again, I'm going to stand on what I said. You're making a dubious claim. I'm not going to control my language, John Doe. We are adults. I've selected this live stream for it to not be children. If you're a fucking child, leave the fucking stream now. Because I use adult language. And again, every time you motherfuckers add a comment, I cannot read in the stuff in the chat room because it keeps bringing it back down. Some of you have no impulse control, and it shows in how you're acting. If you had impulse control, you will allow me to read the comments and respond. The fact that you keep doing that shit is because you don't really want me to respond because you know I'm gonna call you out on your shit when I read it, or you would just let me read the stuff. Again, this is not true. Um, Dude, I was look. Fuck. I'm gonna time you out if you can't fucking chill. You have no impulse control. I'm literally trying to read stuff and you keep printing shit. Every time you print a comment, it brings the screen all the way back down. And I have to scroll all the way back up and it gets longer each time you do that. Let me read the comments. You don't want me to read the comments and respond. That's why you keep spewing bullshit into the comments so I can't read the shit. I'm gonna time you out if you keep fucking doing it. All right, where am I? Like talking. This is why I didn't become a teacher. I don't have the patience. I'm scrolling up, guys. That's what you see me doing right now. Because every time people added comments, I had to keep going farther and farther back up. Unfortunately. This is why I need my moderators here to control stuff like this. So he says the DA says look up the guy Yuval Noah Harari and type free will. He tells you that you no longer have free will. Luckily, Trump is in office, but the machine is already in motion. Trump is just a road bump. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? That is a complete non sequitur. Non sequitur is Latin way for saying this doesn't follow. This line of reasoning doesn't follow. That's nothing to. What does that have to do with it? Okay, so again, putting on a psychology cap. So scientific psychology basically does away with free will because it's basically saying, hey, there's free will does not add any scientific explanation to human behavior and mental processes. On top of that, it takes away from one of the most basic laws of science, which is the lawfulness of nature, which is basically that human behavior is a part of nature and as such it is governed by the laws of science. To say that there's free will means that human behavior is somehow exempt from the laws of science. And if human behavior is exempt from the laws of science, that would mean that psychology cannot be used to scientifically study human behavior because that would mean because free will would say, well, human behavior is exempt from the laws of science. If human behavior is exempt from the laws of science, then psychology as a science, it's as a scientific practice would not be possible. So this is why most scientists find the concept of free will dubious. On the philosophy side, there's a lot of mixed understanding of it, whether you're talking about determinism, libertarianism. That's metaphysical libertarianism, not political. Metaphysical libertarianism, or some version of compatibilism. I'm not going to get into all of that because that is a whole conversation in itself. But I will say that many philosophers who are stem more towards cognitive science find free will dubious because we don't have it's an ill-defined concept. One and two, it does not add to a scientific explanation of human behavior. So that's what I'll say about that. Um, uh, and again, it's just kind of non sequitur to what we were actually talking about in the original place. Kat says everyone has their own individual map of the world. This has come about through upbringing and experiences. It doesn't make anyone's view less valid than that of another person. Is all subjective. No, if everything is subjective, then there could not. Obviously, everything can't be subjective because if if reality was subjective, then there would be no place on which to stand and say this is wrong and this is right. If reality is subjective, there's no place to say the Holocaust is wrong, slavery is wrong, trafficking is wrong, uh, pushing pushing drugs in this community to destroy it is wrong, genocide is wrong. There's no place to say that if everything is subjective. So retreating to subjectivity does not work. People only convert people only retreat to subjectivism when they don't have a strong argument to back what they say. They say, "Well, at the end, it's all subjective. Your view is just as equal to mine." No, it's not. Subjectivism is subjectivism is the pathway of people who cannot make a strong argument for what they believe. At the end of the day, the, like Quine said, the light of evidence in the light of evidence, um, any empirical belief is subject to revision. In the light of evidence, which means the evidence lets us know the way things actually are. So, um, But again, I'm gonna have to keep scrolling back up because every time someone leaves a comment, I lose actually where I am. So you can't blame me for not reading something when you keep when I get a deluge of comments and you guys think I'm making this up. It brings the screen, this chat room screen, all the way back to the bottom, so that I can't get back to the comments that people are making, and they're saying, "Oh, you're just avoiding what I said." I'm like, "No, I'm not. I didn't see it." Because it skips the screen for it, so I can't see the stuff. So I have to get back, and then you say, "Oh, well, you're 20 minutes behind in the convo." Well, I can give you my mea culpa, but again, I don't control the nature of the vertical live stream. So not to mention a lot of the stuff people are commenting on, I've already discussed like an hour ago in the stream, but you just weren't privy to it because you weren't yet in the stream, which, not my fault. Not your fault either, but again, you might want to watch it on replay. If you think I'm being hostile, I'm not. It's because I'm regurgitating something that I already said earlier in the stream. If anything, people should be appreciative that I actually respond to people individually in the stream, as I many people don't, who do content creation. Most of the times, in a lot of content creation, live streamers only respond to people dropping super chats. I respond to everyone, and I don't think that's appreciated well enough. To be completely frank, um, I haven't heard this song in a long time. Oh, that's who sings it. Marshmallow featuring Bastille. This used to be my morning song. Sorry, guys probably can't hear the song in the background. Um, so Cass says our mind is able to take in 2.4 million bits of information per second. Um, I don't know whether that's true or not. I'll just assume for the moment that that could be true. I don't know. Um, Takisa says, "Hey, I gotta get some water, guys." Takisa, you asked me that before. I'm not gonna keep saying. He said, "Can I ask you what your profession is? How you make a living?" You asked me that. You or someone else asked me that before. I, it hasn't. It's not. It's not relevant to the conversation, so I'm not gonna. No, you took away your like because you were mad. Apparently, that I roasted someone who came in to troll my stream and took your like away. So I'm not going to answer your fucking question unless you want to drop a super chat because there was no reason for you to take your like away because I roasted someone who came into my stream trying to troll me, calling me old, and somehow that offended you. So I'm not answering your question unless it's relevant to the conversation, which is secret society organizations. That is the relevant topic today. If you want to ask me a question outside of that, you're gonna have to drop a super chat because you were rude to me saying I'm gonna take my like away and have a good day. Fuck you. How about that? Kat says there is some discussion that it may be more than this amount. However, our conscious mind is only able to process 134 bits per second. This means that most of the information our mind takes in is absorbed and assimilated unconsciously. Um, Again, I don't know the number, so I can't substantiate that claim. What I will say is that this goes into working memory theory. Again, working memory. Um, Jesus, every time someone leaves a fucking comment, I. So anyway, like I said, I can't substantiate the 124 bits per second thing. What I will say is, how working memory works, it is a facet that incorporates attention and small memory. Excuse me, attention um, and short-term memory, and how it and how it encodes memory into eventual long-term memory through long-term potentiation. Um, and most of the again, most of the sensory stimuli that we receive visually, auditorily, tactily, and so forth, most of it is never processed. Then the stuff that is processed into small memory, we can only hold about 5 to 7 chunks of information at a in a given time, and our attentional resources through what's called the central executive and working memory will decide whether things are further encoded into long-term memory, and a lot of things there aren't encoded into long-term memory through that process unless it's consistently being worked on in in our short-term memory. Um, and how that's actually relevant to this, I'm not sure, but I'll try to get back to that where I can, every time when someone leaves a comment is fucking it up. But um, if I could freeze the chat, I could. I would, so I could actually finish getting through the goddamn comments. Um, shit. All right. But yeah, again, subjectivism doesn't work because you can't claim subjectivism and then talk about knowledge. Knowledge is impossible in a world in which everything is subjective, which subjectivism, or it's also sometimes called idealism, doesn't work when it comes to knowledge, rationality, and and forming beliefs. There has to be something there, objective. it Subjectivism doesn't work. Dude, stop leaving fuck. I don't give a fuck. Stop leaving me comments, and you see I'm in the middle of saying something, and I'm fuck you. Act like a bunch of fucking kids. Shut the fuck up. Let me read through the goddamn comments. And yes, I'm going to use adult language. If you don't like it, be out. That'll help me out a lot. I can't even read what my moderator is saying to me because you guys keep fucking adding stupid ass fucking comments. I'm trying to read what Kat is saying, and then at the same time read what you said because you was like, well, you didn't see what I said. How can I see what you said when you keep leaving fucking comments? And I already explained to you 5 times already that it shoots the chat room all the way back to the bottom screen where I have to scroll all the way to fuck back up. And then you want to act like I'm avoiding what you're saying. Shut the fuck up for a second. Have some impulse control. Like, I'm pretty sure most of you would fail the marshmallow test. Jesus. And if you don't know what the marshmallow test is, go take a second out at Google and look it up and leave me alone so I can read these comments. I didn't even know my man Moonlit was here. See, I didn't even know my man Moonlit is here because Duckies, I'm about to fucking ban you. Like, I told you, let chill so I can read this shit. Instead of asking me what is the marshmallow test, why don't you go fucking Google it like a fucking grown ass adult? You have a device in your hand with all the world's knowledge on it. Do your due diligence. Did you do this in school? Expect someone else to look up information for you? Fucking idiot. God, hate stupid people. Anyway, um, can't even can't even respond to Cat because um, so Cat says this is absorbed and assimilated unconsciously. This is what I learned in psychology and in NLP. NLP, guys, stands stands for neuro linguistic processing. Um, I don't want to be mean, but I'm just going to say neural NLP or neuro linguistic processing is pseudoscience. It's a bit of pseudoscience. It has some. I'll be fair. It has some factual foundation to it, but NLP is more or less pseudoscience. She says psychology is utilized. Takisa says I disagree with Kat. Kat says absolutely not, and I'm not saying that, but they have weaponized against the people is my point, and that's absolutely true. People unfortunately will weaponize both religion and science against people because the same way I'm defending. Here's the funny thing is people won't realize this as an atheist that just like I defend science, I defend religion. I've had other atheists tell me religion is evil, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's just an institution that can be used for both good or for ill. So people, if people think I'm being biased towards science, just realize that I defend religion the same way. I don't defend it for being factual. I defend it for being uh, a form of human expression that should be allowed to blossom just because it's not instinctively evil, nor is it instinctively good. It's a part of human expression, which I find important. So just like I will defend science, I do defend religion. People might be surprised to hear that, but I find it an important part of human expression. I just don't think it should be controlling us in the sense of government, like a theocracy, or being written into our laws. Uh, Cass says psychology is used in every facet of life. You can't separate it from living life. Yes, I can because most people don't even know psychology, Cat. Um, we can look at this chat room. Most people don't know anything about scientific psychology. Most people's idea of psychology comes from shit they watched on Oprah or the shit they hear in social media. People start hearing psychology buzzwords and they start using them, and usually incorrectly. They use words like gaslighting and toxic masculinity, not knowing that they're using these concepts incorrectly. Most people don't have a background in scientific psychology to talk intelligibly about the subject whatsoever. So it's definitely not where where it is involved, where psychology is seeks to explain human behavior and mental processes. Doesn't mean that most people are aware of 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 the methodology in psychology, nor the literature that has been amassed in psychology over the past 100 years, nor do they know many of the basic concepts uh, or the knowledge that's been amassed in psychology. So it is a very important science, but that doesn't mean most people are aware of psychology. Are most people use what's called common sense psychology or what's called folk psychology. What we need from cognitive science is to explain why, despite common sense psychology being mostly false claims, that it helps us get along so well with each other. So when you say psychology is used in every facet of life, we need to separate that from scientific psychology. You're talking about folk psychology or common sense psychology. Again, this is why I said psychology is the Rodney Dangerfield of sciences, because it's the only natural science where people still talk intelligibly about a discipline in which they know absolutely nothing about. People like people no longer delve into folk biology and folk chemistry, um, in the way that they delve into folk psychology. And that's because of the unique status of folk psychology, is that it's even though these beliefs are mostly false, they do help us get along with understanding each other. And if that's the point you're making, then that's true. Common sense psychology does need to be explained by cognitive science. However, that doesn't mean that people are actually using psychology as we know it. We are both trained in academic psychology. So what most people are doing in their day-to-day lives is not scientific psychology. They're doing folk psychology. And folk psychology is by and large false claims about behavior and our human nature. But they work. And that's something that needs to be explained by cognitive science. So, uh, DA says I can explain many ways why we no longer have free will. To assume that we no longer have free will was to assume that we once had free will, and again, that's a that is a question begging statement. You're assuming what you ought to be proving. Like we have to prove that there was free will in the first place to assume that we no longer have it, and that's still up for debate. Kat says, please like, share, and subscribe. Buy Contrarian and coffee or super chat. Thank you. It's lucky I had 2 cups of coffee before the stream because Jesus Christ, I would not be able to keep up by keep scrolling back up and forth 10 times that I just did. It would have been very hard to get back. And I'm pretty sure I missed a few comments, but I'm trying my best, guys. People kept leaving comments even after I said, please chill for a second so I can catch up, and they just kept dropping them and dropping them, especially this guy. So here's Dakisa. He says, thanks for the answer about the news and thanks for naming so many that I didn't know about. Um, DA said, here's just one: surveillance capitalism. Tech companies collect vast amounts of data to understand and predict our behaviors, often nudging us towards specific choices that align with our profits. Huh? Like, huh? What the fuck is surveillance capitalism? Is that a term? Is that a term, guys? Here's the thing: you keep using vague sources. You keep saying scientists, philosophers, tech companies. Which tech company? Which philosophers? Which scientists? This is these are red flags that you are making a bullshit claim. Again, I try not to say it was a bullshit claim, but the more I delve into it, it looks like you're making a bullshit claim. Like, what tech companies? Name the specific one. Are you talking about Google? Are you talking about Meta? Are you talking about Amazon? Are you talking about Microsoft? Are you talking about Apple? Which tech companies? Was there a cabal of them? This is why we were talking about secret society organizations in this chat room to show people how they often want to name anomalous groups for doing sinister things behind the scenes because it makes them feel important to have some sort of insider knowledge on these things when most of these things can't be independently verified. Uh, DA says personalized ads, recommendations, and curated experiences exploit psychological biases, limiting the range of truly independent decisions. Well, welcome to Marketing 101. The whole point of marketing is to get is to use you know certain biases that all people have to get them to buy products and services, and or in news management to get people to accept certain disinformation. Welcome to marketing and advertising. That's what they do. That's what they're paid to do. Have we not watched Mad Men? Well, I did. Great show. Um, Catherine says critical thinking is critical. Well, critical thinking again is just another way of talking about informal logic. And like I said, critical thinking at its root, if you get away from all the specifics of critical thinking, and by the way, way 2 hours above, I named 5 things to help people process uh, the different claims they hear every day, and critical thinking was part of it. But anyway, critical thinking at its core is basically just common sense reasoning. It's or or careful, what Quine called careful common sense. It is looking is evaluating claims by the evidence for and against them. That's what critical thinking is at its root. Critical thinking is an overused term in places where it doesn't often get used, where the actual critical thinking skills aren't actually used. It's just used as a buzzword to sound good. But at its root, it is careful common sense. It is the notion that you should evaluate claims based on the claims for and against them. The problem is most people don't do that. They usually only look for evidence to back a claim. They don't look for evidence to negate a claim. which is called confirmation bias, which is a form of selective thinking, where they, you know, and it's easy to do that online because you can go through a Google search or a Bing search and find anything to substantiate something that you already believe, which is, confirmation bias and, supporting your pre-existing beliefs. Duck Life says, why didn't Darth Vader know Princess Leia was his daughter in Star Wars when he made her watch him blow up her planet? Well, that's a complete aside. I know what Duck Life is trying to do. He's trying to calm me down. Appreciate it, Duck Life. And I am going to answer because he knows I'm a Star Wars nerd, and I will answer a tangential question about Star Wars or Batman. So, um, we know the actual answer is that at the time, George Lucas hadn't actually intended Darth Vader to be the father of of Luke and Leia, and at the time he wasn't even. And then also Leia and Luke weren't even supposed to be sister and brother because it was supposed to be a love triangle originally between Lake Leia, Luke, and Han. Um, but also, as far as in the in universe explanation of why he didn't, is because um, even though she was force sensitive, he never. I mean, he didn't know. He never met his children. He didn't know he had children since when Padme died. He didn't know she had the children before she passed away. He was only told by Emperor Palpatine that Padme died in the process of him choking her. So that's the in universe answer, and the actual answer is that George Lucas hadn't already figured that out. Thank you though for the aside. I needed that. Appreciate it. Um, DA says here's another algorithmic influence. Social media platforms use algorithms that predict and shape behavior by feeding users a tailored content designed to capture attention and evoke specific emotions. Okay. Um, really nothing to do with this conversation. Okay. He says this can lead to decision making that feels autonomous but is heavily guided by unseen systems. Look, most decision making has multi is multi multiple factors involved in decision making and in making judgments. That's neither here nor there. This is why social psychology trumps individual psychology. This is not anime music. How is this anime music? This is all the stuff I used to listen to and like pop the the top 40 music from like a while ago. Anyway, I still dig it. Cass is totally agree at the DA. He says, "Hey, duck with duck life. What the hell? I'm the duck here." He said, "By the way, y'all are nuts if you're letting people control you." You'd be surprised how easy it is to control people. I mean, I could literally just introduce a false memory into this chat room, and people swear that something that you believe, like you will swear that you had a memory of something that was never happened. I'm not going to do that though. I'm not going to do that. But yeah. Anyway, the ACE is cultural and social conditioning, norms and expectations from birth. Individuals are shaped by societal norms, education, religion, and culture, which influence our beliefs and choices. Again, this is kind of this is very non sequitur reasoning to what the actual thing we're talking about. You keep going into different divergences from the discussion, and then get frustrated when I say I didn't see or these things that we were talking about because everything is going in different directions, and then the chat room goes askew because I'm trying to catch up. DA says the external factors constrain our perceived freedom. Um, okay. By the way, these messages were all deleted. I'm giving you grace by actually reading these because my moderator Moonlit actually And Moonlit, I hope your surgery did was worked out well, buddy. Um, because Kat was giving me the updates. I was scared for you for a second. Um, Day says I gave you a name. You did not give me. You gave me one name when you named they. One name is singular. Let's not play this game. When you said they does not refer to a singular individual, which is redundant. If I say single individual, that's redundant. But I'm trying to reinforce the fact that they equals plural, not singular. Unless you're using they as an instantiation of a group of a person whom you don't know. The only time you use the singular is referring to someone you don't know. You know that if you are referring to a specific individual, using they as a pronoun is disingenuous or 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 just bad grammar. You're trying to be slick because at first your they referred to these philosophers and scientists whom you didn't name. Then it referred to tech companies and such. And now you're saying it refers to this whatever the guy's name is. You're being disingenuous, and you. This is why you kept disrupting my chat because you didn't want me to delve into this further. Because you knew once I delve into it, I was gonna call it out, and this is exactly what I'm doing now. If you said they again, I want the chat room to see this and hear this. If you are saying they and you're referring to an individual whom you don't know, that is perfectly okay. But again, that just reinforces the point that is a red flag that you're referring to either someone or a group of people whom you don't know as a specific source to a claim. Whereas if you do know the actual individual and then you're then calling them they, then you're being disingenuous or you're using bad grammar. But you also had referred to a group of philosophers and scientists whom you refused to give any further detail about. What philosophers, what scientists? Do you know how large the breadth of philosophy is? Are we talking about people in epistemology, metaphysics, ethics, philosophy of science, philosophy of religion, philosophy of religion, uh, philosophy of history, ancient history? I mean, excuse me, ancient philosophy, um, analytic philosophy, continental philosophy, Eastern philosophy, Western philosophy, on and on and on and on. Which philosophers? Which scientists? Which scientists? Biologists, physicists, chemists, astronomers, psychologists, cognitive scientists, neuroscientists, geologists? Like, which ones? And who are the names of them? Like, it's complete bullshit. And you got called out on it. And that's, you tried to evade it. And it got called out. One person is not a they, especially if you know who that person is. They only refers to an individual when you don't know that who that individual is. That's the only time it's grammatical. If you're using they to refer to a specific individual, then you either being disingenuous or using bad grammar. So I'm not going to look up some Yuval Noah Harari. I don't need to look up some pseudoscientist when I actually have degrees on my wall. I don't need to look shit up like that to refer to some fucking pseudoscientist. Sorry. Takisa says I don't see him. J.A.C says Claude Schwab. Another person he just pulled out the ass. Bill Gates. The Rothschilds. The Rothschilds are a family of wealthy individuals. They are not scientists. They are not philosophers. They are not a tech company. They're just a group of. They're just a wealthy Jewish family who anti-Semitic dumb fucks keep using their name because they don't know any better. It's, it's by a bunch of people who are stupid. If you want to look at a family who is problematic, Again, it would be the Waltons who control, control Walmart and Sam's Club, and I believe Walmart overseas. They are a shitty family. They are one of the wealthiest families in the world who set up businesses that destroyed local economy wherever they set up a Walmart and Sam's Club. They are whom I they are whom I would give us a side eye to. The Rothschilds have been talked about for like, I don't know, what, 50, 60 years, and they have not done anything demonstrably to anyone to give to for their ire, other than that they're a wealthy Jewish family that a bunch of poor fucking Americans like to blame for their problems because they can't take personal responsibility for their lack of success. I'm going to call stuff out. BlackRock, a private security firm. You're literally just pulling shit out the ass. You're literally just pulling shit out the ass. Now you're talking about BlackRock, a private security firm. Which, by the way, they don't call themselves BlackRock anymore. They renamed themselves years ago because of the bad reputation of them. You said, do your own due diligence. I did my due diligence. You literally were naming shit out the ass. You kept saying dumb shit to distract me from actually looking into what you were saying, and that's what you were doing. It's a common fallacious tactic. You try that shit on the weak minded. Try them Jedi. Try those Jedi mind tricks on the weak minded. That shit doesn't work over here. You're gonna have to up your IQ about at least 20 something points to the Rockefellers. Again, he's naming everything that I mentioned 3 hours ago in the beginning of this stream, saying people need to stop blaming wealthy families as these people somehow pulling strings behind the curtains to control society. The Rockefellers are not controlling your life. The Rothschilds are not controlling your fucking life. The Kennedys are not controlling your life. The Shrivers are not controlling your, like, no. Take personal responsibility for your behavior. The fact of the matter is, you're not doing well in life for the choices you did or did not make. As not to mention some of the external factors that go into where you were brought up, how you were brought up, and other sorts of things that you can't control. Here's the thing, and this isn't a complete tangent, but since this guy keeps wanting to naming random shit out the ass, he went from Bill Gates to Blackgate to the Rothschilds to the Rockefellers, which shows he's fucking not working on full cylinders here. The full, the pistons aren't firing all the way here. Here's the thing about success that people don't want to admit, but if they're honest, they'll tell you this: success is mostly a matter of luck. And aside from luck, it's a matter of being born into having an abundance of family resources. As far as actually having uh, ability, as far as having natural, you know, abilities and talents, that only takes you so far. It does help, but without a bit of luck and resources, it can only take you but so far. At the end of the day, the biggest factor in success is chance, random chance, luck, and buttressed by that is also coming from a family of resources, coming from a family that has an abundance of resources. Aside from that, no. So you can blame everyone else for your misgivings, for your misfortunes, but it doesn't cut the mustard. He said, and then of course he names Hollywood. Again, if he was in my stream 3 hours ago, he would have realized that I've defeated all these claims that he's making. Like he says that you due diligence yourself. DA says all the people that went to Epstein Island. You don't know who went to Epstein's Island. So again, you are begging the question. You are assuming what you ought to be proving, a circular argument. Cass says, I'm not talking about the therapeutic setting. Um, Dave says, I think this guy's trying to educate people without even educating himself. No, you're just a dumb fuck. And I'm tired of even pretending on that you're not silly. You're silly as fuck. The key says that you're going to confuse him. He won't know what you're talking about when he gets to these comments. And you made a successful prediction. I certainly don't, because he's jumping all over the place. Here's the thing that he said. He's confused himself, and which is why he's making all these little asinine comments. He's trying to group a bunch of things together in hopes to stick. It's very scattershot. It shows that he can't make a rational argument. D says he is worse than Mark Zuckerberg. He loves cancel culture. He put me in timeout the other day for making a mild joke. No, no. First of all, that's not what cancel culture refers to, you dumb fuck. Cancel culture refers to someone being taken away their jobs, their careers, their reputations. How did I do that? And when have I ever loved cancel culture? If you've seen any of my streams, you know that I'm against that. This is one of the reasons I stopped being a progressive, because of cancel culture, because of political witch hunts. You keep making tangential remarks, trying to distract every way. You keep making these red herring remarks, which means evading the issue, to distract to distract everyone in the chat room, including myself, from the fact that you can't string together a coherent set of claims to make a rational argument. So you have to keep going all over the place and try to diverge and hope we can't catch up, or I can't catch up. That doesn't work. And the reason you got timed out was not because you made a mild joke. It's because you said some stupid shit and you got called out on it. And you know that. You know that. I let people say all sorts of insulting things in this stream, and any of my moderators can tell you that. Is when you say It's when you either try to troll when you try to troll the stream, and it's not funny, by the way. You will get timed out, and sometimes my moderators do it. They have less tolerance than I do. Cass says I have researched this area significantly. Takisa says this isn't comedy channel, I don't think. Da says look up the creature from Jekyll Island. What? Guys, he he how do I put this nicely? He has a distracted mindset. Obviously, he can't stick to one thing. He keeps jumping all over the place, and it's patently obvious to anyone who has common sense. Big Shrimp says, "Au contraire." The key says, "Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Did she put up a fight?" I'm stop. Let me stop. People won't know that's from Greece and think I'm saying something else. D says group psychology. Humans are social creatures, and our decisions often align with group. See, I've read this before, but I wouldn't know because I had to skip through and get through all the older stuff. This is where Briggs said blah 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 blah. We've said blah 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 blah. Now I can. D says compatible again. He's jumping all over the place. Compatibilism, free will can coexist with determinism. It is the ability to act according to one's motivations, even if those motivations have external origins. Yes, but compatibilism is just one is no one has confirmed compatibilism. It is one of many sets of beliefs about free will. Again, you have determinists, and they can be divided between hard determinists and soft determinists. Soft determinists are a type of compatibilists, and you have libertarians, some who are either compatibilists or incompatibilists. both hard determinists and some libertarians are both incompatibilists, where soft determinists and some libertarians are compatibilists. I'm not going to go into all that because there's a whole litany of literature on free will dating all the way back to ancient Greece, and I'm not going to go there. It is a complete red herring from the original topic, which is secret society organizations, and you didn't make your point. Instead, you just jumped from a hundred different things trying to prove a point because you don't know how to prove a point, which is construct a rational argument by having a bunch of claims that follow each other. People keep leaving comments, and I gotta keep going back, and back. Good thing I had my It's a good thing I had my coffee, cat, and moonlit fern, because I would not have the ability to keep jumping all the way back up screen to follow the stuff I missed. I'd have just been like, F it. Um, DAC's agency through awareness. By becoming aware of influences such as biases and manipulative technologies, individuals can take steps to reclaim autonomy. Again, that has nothing to do with secret society organizations or the original claims being made. Keep jumping from one thing to another, and it doesn't buttress your points whatsoever. It just makes you seem very schizophrenic, or like I said, a distracted mindset. You have a disorganized mindset. Temperance 28 says, "How true, not normal brain persons." DA says, "Anyways, you never read my comments." Again, guys, remember when he said this an hour ago and kept leaving fucking comments so I could never get back to the comments he just said that I didn't get to? So we got to the original crux of the disagreement between he and I was that he kept saying they, and I was like, look, they is a red flag when people don't know what they're talking about, so they make up something. You see, I can't see so some of them were deleted, RJ Burger. So that's I'm uncovering them. I'm probably the only one that can see the deleted messages. So I'm reading them just to be fair to him, because he's acting like I avoided what he was saying earlier, and I couldn't, because every time he left a comment, it skirted the screen back to the last comment made. So I had to keep scrolling up, and then my moderator, Moment Fern, deleted a lot of stuff because he saw that this guy was just saying some dumb shit. But I'm being fair, and I'm clicking on deleted messages so I can actually read them out. But I can still see them, but I don't think the chat can once they're deleted. They delete it from the chat room, but I can still see them as the as the live streamer. But I'm not, but these are his claims. Um, so, uh, Now, I'm not going to get on someone who just is less articulate, but oh, you timed him out. That's oh, thank you, Moonlit, because he wouldn't let me finish anything. He just literally just kept spamming the chat room so I could never get to what he said. No, so you don't have to apologize. It's actually, I appreciate it, because I was about to time him out myself, because he was deliberately spamming the the chat room so that I could never get back to what he said, so he could claim that I couldn't that I didn't have the ability to address his comments and was evading him. It's a fallacious tactic. So now I'm reading them now because I can actually see them, and I don't have to worry about him like flooding the comment section, the chat room. I mean, and again, he's lucky I gave him grace, because he came into my streams several days ago, saying saying some off the wall, some out of pocket shit, and that's why he got timed out. And he's trying to claim innocent, like, oh, I was just a mild comment. No, he said something out of pocket, and he got called out on it and timed out. And he forget, at the end of the day, this is my fucking live stream. it's not cancel culture to time someone out. He doesn't even know what understand what the term cancel culture is. And he thinks this motherfucker is like literally just pulling shit up on Google and putting it into the chat room, thinking that's gonna make him sound intelligible, like intelligent. Like you notice, I don't have a, I don't have open Google, and I don't have open a textbook or encyclopedias to to talk about stuff that I know about. But he was literally just naming random shit. Like he just said Rothschilds, BlackRock, Bill Gates. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like he has like he has some sort of schizotypal personality because it's very disorganized what he was saying. Uh, so now we're back to Temperance 28. He says rewiring is like building a muscle. He says I'm a zennial here. I'm a zennial too, by the way. Temperance 77. So people, everyone from like 77 to 83 is like a zennial. So 78 to 80 is the tail end of Gen X, and 81 to 83 is like the very beginning of millennials. So together they formed a hybrid cohort called Zennials from 77 to 83, which is also called the Star Wars generation. So I'm a Zennial as well. So anyway, Cass says, yes, it is. I'm talking about neuroplasticity. As we get older, this slows right down, which makes it harder to change one's mindset. Yeah, in a certain sense. Well, so here's the thing. Like I said, neuroplasticity is can be due to age and genetics and environmental factors, stuff like that. Here's the thing: people who exercise have more neuroplasticity. This is another reason I keep telling people exercise every day. It staves off dementia. It literally staves off dementia. Um, yes, and I already, and I mentioned like in cognitive development, as one gets older, there's going to be a natural decline. But the steep of that decline depends on, again, uh, age. I mean, sorry, the steep of that decline as you age is going to, this like I said, the decline is going to happen, but the steep or the severity of it is going to depend on genetics, nutrition, and one's health. So, uh, Keisa says no. The DA says the they you're looking for CEOs and executives of multinational corporations, e.g., tech giants like Amazon, Apple, Google, and financial firms like BlackRock or J.P. Morgan. Okay. Um, Mullen says, yeah, 24 hours time also he can grab his asthma inhaler. Right. He's probably going to jerk off saying, I got him. That's why he had to time me out. Jerking off to himself, thinking he got me. When he, when I'm, he has some sort of disorganized mind. He's probably on this he's probably on the schizo spectrum. Pretty sure from the way he's talking. Like I said, he last time he was in the live stream and we had to time him out because he said some shit out of the pocket. And he's being out of pocket right now. A lot of these trolls, like this dude, who I try to be fair, probably on a schizophrenic spectrum. Like the stuff he was just saying, it just sounded like someone on the schizophrenic spectrum. He was saying their companies have massive economic footprints, allowing them to influence markets, labor, and even governmental policies. Well, yeah, welcome to Corporations 101. There's nothing sinister about that. I mean, duh. Temperance says is it better to just accept that I'm not normal, just live as best possible, live without denial? I don't know what you mean when you say that you're not normal. What do you mean? What do you mean by normal? When people in behavioral science are talking about normal, they're talking about someone who falls within the normal distribution curve. Okay, or a, what's called a Gaussian probability distribution, which is sometimes called the bell curve. Then what's called considered normal is the mean average. So if we're talking about like IQ, for instance, it falls within a normal distribution curve or bell curve, where normal is the average set at 100. That would be normal. To fall outside of that, you know, on the lower end would be subnormal. To fall on the other end, on the right side, would be supernormal. But those aren't necessarily bad things. Obviously, subnormal would be bad because that means someone of lower intellect, whereas supernormal would be good because it means of someone of higher intellect, right? So we have to be careful what we say when what we mean when we say normal, because, like I said, normal can either mean mean average, particularly when we're talking about in the scientific spaces. When we say normal, we're just talking about the mean average, or sometimes the median or mode average, but usually the mean average. Whereas when people are saying normal in everyday talk, they're probably referring to someone someone who doesn't experience any sort of psychopathology. Again, that's not correct either, because even so-called normal people experience mild psychopathology from time to time. Freud himself talked about it. He called it the psychopathology of everyday life. He said at the end of the day, even though we all suffer the psychopathology of everyday life, when it becomes a problem is when it takes away from our ability to love and to work. Okay, so unless your proclivities are are taken away from your ability to have loving, healthy relationships, or to work in a way to take care of yourself, then you're probably all right. Okay, but I'm not a clinical psychologist. I'm not a clinician. I'm a mental health clinician of any sort. So don't look to me for any diagnosis. Go to if you are genuinely concerned that you have some sort of neurotic behavior, consult a professional for that. Okay. Um, Cass says I didn't articulate myself properly. I'm not faulting it at all. DA says the European Union and the World Bank often shape global policies. Again, that's their job, dude. to sh- for the European Union and World Bank to shape global policy is literally what they're supposed to do. A European Union was formed to to be a political and economic union of different European nations to work together for the betterment of Europe. Of course, of course, they're trying to shape global policies. That's by design of what they were constructed to do. World Bank is uh, an economic institution set up to do that. Like, as is the IMF, International Monetary Fund. Like, again, I think we can say that the DAG1995 leg, which is a weird ass fucking username in the first place, we can say that he is probably on the schizophrenia spectrum because he has a very disorganized mindset. He jumps from one thing to the next and he think is somehow coherent, and it's not. It's patently obvious that he's making incoherent claims. And I'm glad that Moonlit Fern timed him out because he wouldn't have stopped. He had very little impulse control. I begged people who've been in the chat, saw that I literally begged the man, please stop replying until I had a chance to read your original comments that you said that I missed. And instead, he kept flooding the chat room until Moonlit timed him out so that I could actually get to the comments, because I otherwise I would have had to time him out myself, because I would have never got back to all these comments that I missed, because every time he kept commenting, it kept fucking up the chat room. Temper says, does science disprove religious beliefs? It disproves some of them, yes. not all of them, because some some beliefs are matter taken on faith. Again, if a belief is taken on faith, then what can you say to that? It's like it's what we can say is that it's not a rational belief, but it doesn't necessarily disprove all of religious beliefs. Some religious beliefs have actually been confirmed by science, while some have been disconfirmed by science. Um, so has it disclaimed? I mean, so has it disproved some religious beliefs? Sure. Like, for instance, we know that the world is much older than 6,000 years old. Like the world is 4.6 billion years old, not just 6,000 years old. Um, right? We know that the way the solar system works, the Earth revolves around the sun, right? But according to the Church Catechism of the day, which was mostly Aristotelian thought, they thought that the Earth. They believe in a geocentric universe where the Earth was at the center of not just the solar system but the universe, and the other celestial objects revolved around it. And they even used a Copernican system to show how that would work. But as we got more evidence, we saw that the Copernican system was, you know, bullshit. um, Captain says science doesn't. Oh, we got into all of that. Uh, Temper says religion and science can manipulate a person used to manipulate. Absolutely, and we got into that already. So I'm gonna try to avoid stuff I already mentioned earlier in the chat because I don't want to keep. 'Cause then we'll never get anywhere. So then this guy's went from scientific claims to making biblical claims. Again, this is a schizophrenic mindset, guys. And I was trying to be nice to the guy, but he obviously is schizophrenic. Live streams attract a lot of people with mental health problems because it's somewhere where they can actually be heard. Where most people in everyday life won't have the tolerance to talk to people who are displaying obvious signs of mental and emotional distress outside of a clinical office or jail cell. um, the DA says the Bible teaches that God is the sovereign creator of the universe. Genesis 1, uh, chapter 1, verse 1, and humans are his creation, dependent on him for life and salvation. What the fuck does that have to do with anything, guys? It doesn't. He's schizo. And we're not going to pretend he's not anymore. Try to be polite. When I say we, I'm referring to I myself in the collective, as well as anyone else who agrees with me. It actually makes it worse because seeing all these other comments that he made that I missed accumulated with the comments that I did see, it actually makes it worse that he was jumping from many different things at one. Like I said, I've had my experiences dealing with people who have disorganized, uh, who 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 have what's called disorganized schizophrenia. Because I used to have a next door neighbor when I was a teenager, and I used to talk to him. He was a nice guy, but it was patently obviously he was schizophrenic. And at the time, I didn't know that there was different versions of schizophrenia. But he had what's called disorganized schizophrenia, which means they have a lot of they share a bunch of incoherent and just bizarre and random views and thoughts. But he was a really nice guy, and I remember them saying, "Oh, he had a meltdown in college," which he may have had a meltdown in college because usually schizophrenia is brought on by a, a triggering a triggering episode of like some sort of trigger moment to make it happen. But um, in any case, um, And I bet you that was the guy just spelling out nigger at the bottom. That was probably him, guys. He probably came back under the name Peter Pan. Weirdo. Anyway, getting back to my point about schizophrenia, disorganized schizophrenia potentially. Um, a lot of mental people with mental health problems are attracted to live streams, particularly at night, because of the anonymity of darkness and the anonymity of being behind a digital screen brings out some of the worst behavior in people when they think they can't be held held accountable. Unfortunately, but what you do in the darkness will come to the light. Um, and he's a dumb fuck, which is one of the reasons why I decided not to go into clinical psychology when I was an undergrad, because I knew I did not have the patience to deal with people with severe mental health issues. Um, I'm scrolling back up, guys. If you wonder why I'm not talking, I'm just getting back to where I was. Uh, I hope I also answered Temperance question as well. Um, and I think I'm being extra norm. I think I'm being having a bunch of. I think my fairness is supererogatory here. That even after we timed him out, I'm still giving him the respect of looking at all his comments that he left. That my moderator deleted, which you guys can't see because they were deleted, but I can see them on my end. So I'm reading them and replying to them in kind. And we had to time him out because he would have never gave me the chance to do so because he had impulse control problems, which is also a symptom of someone with a schizophrenic mindset. Um, and getting back to my point is like if my old neighbor Wayne, that was his name, that had schizophrenia, that was lived next door, he talked to me. He was very kind. If he did, if his schizophrenia did become full blown in college, that's common because often people will have emotional meltdowns in college because of the stress, and that stress can trigger the full the full schizophrenic episodes. However, it should be well noted that just going to college and being stressed out does not cause schizophrenia. You already had it. There has to be something that triggers it to make it full blown, to actually experience an episode of it. Which means he probably prior to college already had a very disorganized mind, as this guy the DA does, and you know the whatever stress he had in college was the catalyst. Um, but the good thing is, some forms of schizophrenia will rescind in older age. So, but any case, I'm just gonna keep rep, going over this stuff that I missed that this guy was saying that I didn't already mention earlier. Because anything earlier that you want me to talk about, I mean, that you thought I missed, you can see in the replay of this once I upload this live stream. I upload all my live streams. There's only been one live stream that I didn't upload. That was only because it had a copyright claim because of the music I had in the background, which is why I'm playing the music so lowly here now, so it won't cause me a copyright claim. But I'm sure I think maybe you guys can hear it a bit anyway. Unfortunately, one of the problems with disorganized schizophrenia is it may give the appearance that the person is stupid, and that's not necessarily true. Just because someone has disorganized schizophrenia does not make them stupid. um, but they are not the brightest of folks. I will say that. But they're not necessarily stupid, but they're not the brightest of folks. They're probably of average or normal intelligence. But people who tend to have paranoid schizophrenia, which is a different type of schizophrenia, tend to be highly intelligent. Like the guy from A Beautiful Mind, Richard, what's his John Nash or whatever this guy that his name was. He had paranoid schizophrenia, but he was also one of the most brilliant mathematicians who ever of you know, who's ever existed. I mean, some of the stuff he did in mathematics, we talk about not just in mathematics, but also in like cognitive science when he talks about stuff like chaos theory and certain economic and like um, behavioral economics, because of like he's solving the problem, the one of the conceptual problems called the prisoner's dilemma. But I don't want to go into that now. Uh, he said you're just poisoning the well, preemptively discrediting an argument by labeling it as unworthy of consideration. Again, we can all just name fallacies. That doesn't mean someone's making them just because you can name them. he doesn't. He doesn't realize. So here's another thing about fallacies, guys. So if you just call out fallacies just to say someone's committing the fallacy, then you're committing the fallacy itself, called the fallacy. I know that sounds kind of you know he, uh, heady, but the fallacy is when you is the fallacious tactic of calling someone out on a fallacy that they didn't make just to discredit them. Whereas, you know, address the argument. If you think someone's making a poor argument, address the argument. But to sit there and say that they're making a fallacy just to discredit the argument itself, instead of saying whether the claims they are making inherent to that argument is true or false, it is very is a dubious thing to do. He thinks what he's doing is rational, but again, he isn't is obviously now reading all these comments in hindsight that he isn't a he wasn't a rational person to begin with, and I mistakenly gave him gave him the benefit of the doubt that he was a rational person, but it was shown that he was not. Uh, he said you can call it out as bullshit. That's fine. Still doesn't make you correct. He said, and I'm not hurt. Sounds like you are, and you have no reasoning. He says, your profanity just proves your lack of intellectual intelligence with all your stumbling over your words, which, again, is BS. Adults curse. We use cuss words. It is a part it's a part of conversation. You can consider it vulgar if you want, but this is an adult conversation. I will use sometimes vulgar words to express myself. GJC says the Waco story is wild. DA goes on and says, boom, debate over. I win, you lose. Adios. Remember, guys, do you remember half an hour I said he would probably say that? And I predicted it. He literally did do that. He probably would think, hey, you know, if he doesn't answer me, then I win the argument. So he just floods a bunch of different comments and stuff and hopes I never get to all of them. And then he can claim that he won the conversation. Yeah, he's not coming back to the stream again, to this channel again. John Doyo says, "What Scientology? Look it up, my friend. You have a smart device in your hand to Google Scientology." Even the DA, his nutty ass said, "Please go look." GJC says the guy who voiced Chef in South Park was a Scientologist who quit when they started doing episodes in Scientology. Yep, that's what I was mentioning. I, uh, uh, Isaac, what's his name? Isaac, whatever. He said DA says no bad feelings. Rockefeller's BlackRock, J.P. Morgan. He doesn't realize how that doesn't mesh. How those things are completely different. He mentions a family, a private security firm, and a bank, an investment bank. Then he says Bill Gates, Yuval Noah Harari. Takisa says I'm back. They say this here, pointing upwards. He says Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab, Yuval Noah Harari, BlackRock, J.P. Morgan. This dude is fucking nuts. He says I don't think you two will allow me to put the names. John Delio says language. What are you, Captain America? Language. So he's a DA says look up Yuval Noah Harari. I'm not looking at one of these dumb fucks that he recommends. He keeps and he okay. He kept flooding the chat room with the name. They said look him up. I'm trying to show you the names right here. John Doe says even say stop doing that shit. He even called him out on that. DA says BlackRock. Lil B says the DA. I saw Rockefellers and BlackRock had to stop. I've read your comments here and I must say very well said. No, it's not very well said. It's very poorly said. Very poorly said. His string of comments were incoherent and disorganized and shows that he is on the schizophrenic spectrum. Um, he goes on J.P. Morgan. He hasn't responded. I guess he was trying to say John Doe says time his ass, which I did. Oh well, which Moonlit did for me. Thank you. RJ said my name is Ryan. Well, thanks, Ryan. You had to give your real name, but I appreciate it, Ryan. Um, Robert Maxey says big believer of the Bohemian Grove. I don't even know what the Bohemian Grove is. I never heard of that. What the hell was up with the Weeknd's face on Save Your Tears? I'm guessing that was makeup, but that looks really weird. I forgot about this music video. It looks very spooky. The Knights Templar. I remember Knights Templar. Well, obviously the Knights Templar doesn't that order doesn't exist anymore. But some people have believed that the Masonic order originates from the Knights Templar. I don't think it did. I think from most accounts, it seems the Masonic order started around somewhere in the 15 to 1600s. Um, and then it was exported to America and to other parts of the world afterwards. But it basically was a order that started around the age of enlightenment, the European Enlightenment and Age of Reason. I don't think they go as far back as the Knight Templars of the Middle Ages, although some people claim the Masonic order does. The Freemasons, sorry. Only Furnaces don't have to believe in the Robert Bohemian Grove and that Robert Bohemian Grove exists. Oh, he said don't have to believe in that Robert Bohemian Grove exists. I don't know what that is, guys. Robert Max says Illuminati originated in the UK. I believe so as well. I think it did. But again, they that the Illuminati no longer exists. This is something I mentioned almost 4 hours ago. That ended in what time is it? Shit, it's 12:24. I was gonna go for a second run. Whatever. Um, Too late now. He said, well, like I said, the Illuminati ended in the 17 or 1800s, guys. I think the 1700s. It does not exist anymore. It's just the name is just used as the boogeyman now to explain people believing that a secret cabal is pulling the strings behind the screen and controlling society. like I said, you can call these cabals whatever you want. Illuminati, the Freemasons, some sort of wealthy family. Like I said, people should be more worried about things that actually exist, like the Bilderberg Group. But that's, you know, the captain says has contrarian frozen. I froze momentarily, and I had to reconnect the stream. Cat. That's probably when you saw me like frozen. Right. That was like 2 hours ago. Robert says that owl statue is sick. Um, I don't know what owl statue he's referring to. Ryan says Bohemian Groove is definitely real. I don't know what that is. Every time I hear Bohemian Grove, I'm thinking of the song, the I, when I hear Bohemian Grove, I keep thinking of the song, the Bohemian Rhapsody. Mola says no, he's not frozen on my end, working normally now. Says Cat. Mola says hi chat, share with friends and like-minded people. Cat share with our Aussie group to bring more views and likes. Cat says done. Oh, so I finally made. Oh, thank God, I made it all the way back to the bottom, guys. Started from the bottom, now here. Yo, that guy was weird. Yeah, he kept flooding the comments, cast, so I could never go back to the original comments, and then he kept making more and more, and then he thought, oh, uh, fait accompli. I won because I flooded the chat, so he can never respond. That means he couldn't respond. What a fucking dumb. Hmm. Yeah, he was weird. Grimace says, good evening. Just here to spread good vibes. Love your streams. Thank you, Grimace. Appreciate it, bro. Oh, and I told you I was gonna look up the new. You probably don't remember. I was saying I was gonna look up the new Happy Meals because your username made me think of McDonald's. So I did. They're still on the same Happy Meal. I thought they changed it. It's the Mario Kart Happy Meals. But if I get it, I want specifically Mario. I don't want the other people. I don't want Luigi. I don't want Donkey Kong. Don't want Diddy Kong. Don't want Toad or Princess. I want specifically Mario. But yeah, guys. So now I'm all caught. I'm about to go. I think I think I belabored my point quite a bit in responding both to the DA and Cat and all these other folks. You know, trying to go back and forth, trying to answer everything. I love McDonald's, Cat. Like I said. At the end of the day, if you when you exercise, you can eat whatever you want. Like I, people need to be more concerned about keeping their body in motion than what they put in it. You should do both. How much you eat, what you eat, moving the body, and how long you move the body. All these things, factors, genetics, environment, blah 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 blah. I can't speak for McDonald's in Australia though. It might be nasty, but then again, according to the Taste Atlas, Australia was at the very bottom of of, of uh, food by nation. The very top number one was Italy. Number two was Japan, which is very well deserved. Those two, Italy and Japan. Surprisingly, at number 11 was India. Then I looked it up. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. A lot of people actually do love Indian food, aside from the stereotypes that some people have. But I've had Indian food. It is actually very tasty. It's not something I can eat every day or even every week, but definitely tasty. But usually when I'm hungry, I need something more hearty and meaty. Pause. But it is definitely, yeah, I can definitely see it being at number 11. Um, at the bottom of the list, not at the very bottom, but towards like number 30, because it was out of 50 different countries. Towards the bottom was also like places like the Philippines and stuff like that. I was like, but wait, I was like, Philippines has very tasty food, but then I had to put it. But then I was like, wait, the things that I the things that I specifically eat in the Philippines are tasty, but not everything that eat there is tasty. A lot of stuff I completely avoid in the Philippines. So I was like, yeah, I can see them at towards number 30s in the Taste Atlas. But I was surprised in Australia was number 50. I was like, damn, I did not. It must be because you guys eat that Vegemite stuff. They put you at the number 50 because it's like ill. Um, Moonless says, and the owl statue is at Bohemian Grove, where the Clintons, Bush family, Obamas, etc., to mock blood rituals and eat together. It's not a statue. It's just a giant rock that looks like one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to look it up because I've never heard of the Bohemian Grove. Like I said, I hear Bohemian Grove, I think Bohemian Rhapsody. Moonlit says, just check it out. It goes deep on your topic today and very relevant to it. Cat says, I steer clear from eating insects. Huh? Are we still talking about McDonald's? Hey. um, but yeah, I don't like McDonald's. Probably because as a child, we all love McDonald's. So anytime parents be like, "We're taking you to McDonald's," be like, "Yay, McDonald's!" Like, Eddie Murphy did a whole thing on that back in the day. He's like, he tells him, "Mom, can I have a hamburger?" She's like, "Yeah, baby." He's like, "Can you go to McDonald's?" She's like, "No, baby, I'm gonna make your burger better than McDonald's." And he said, "Your mom fix you a hamburger." He said, like Greenberg. He said, "Ma, McDonald's burger don't have uh, onions and green peppers in it." He said, "You go outside with your little homemade hamburger and all your friends teasing you. I got McDonald's and you ain't got none. I got McDonald's and you ain't got none." It's like that was so real. Like, yeah, man. Like, you wanted McDonald's. Like, yeah, as adults, we realized that homemade burger was much better, but it was just the marketing aimed at children that you got to have McDonald's. It's like, man. I mean, and in the 80s, there were so many classic Happy Meals. The Fraggle Rock Happy Meal, the Super Mario 3 Happy Meal, the Muppet Babies Happy Meal, um, the 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 McDonald's Transformer. Remember the transforming McDonald's, like the fries, the shake, and the burger turned into a robot. Some of the best Happy Meals ever. And Burger King had a few bangers too. But McDonald's was the best when it came to the children's meals. Like, excuse me. Or remember McDonald's for Halloween? You remember some people for Halloween at trick or treat, instead of giving you goodies, they would give you the McDonald's Halloween certificate. And at the time, you look at, like, as a kid, you look at it, it's like, man, fuck this. I wanted to got some goddamn candy, fucking certificate. But then you get like two or three certificates, and you go to McDonald's and you're like, shoot, I'm getting some McDonald Land cookies. I'm getting a burger. I'm getting a pie. I'm getting some fries. Like, those is like, you hated the certificate when you got it in your trick or treat bag, but then afterwards, the next day you ask your mom to take you to McDonald's, you take that little Halloween certificate, get whatever you want. Man, McDonald's had the best marketing to children. And again, if we were talking about manipulative, that was definitely good manipulative marketing, because now everyone who grew up like Gen X or millennials, Gen X and millennials, have been have been groomed to love McDonald's. So that's why I still love McDonald's now as a kid. Plus, McDonald's in Asia is really good. They First of all, the people they hire are just better quality employees in Asia than they are here. Here, they hire people in McDonald's who hate their jobs. Let's be honest. But overseas, a lot of those people appreciate those jobs because it's a foreign company, so it's more actually considered more prestigious there than it is here. Um, Catherine says Asian culture. Oh, eating insects. Oh yeah, I'm not eating. I don't even. That's the same reason I don't eat shellfish, because I consider shellfish pretty much insects. Lobsters, crabs, shrimp, prawns. I consider crustaceans just uh, uh, sea roaches, crayfish as well. Like the fact that I did, uh, you know, biopsychology research using crayfish and cockroaches, and I saw how physically similar they are, like how physiologically similar they were. I was like, ew, no, I'm glad I don't eat these things. I was like, eating a crayfish is basically like eating a roach. It literally is. Even their white muscle, which is the flesh, looks similar. Like in the crabs, crayfish, lobster to the roach. The roach just says a little bit, but it's the same stuff. I'm not. Yeah. When I was in Thailand, I saw the insects. I was not eating scorpions, or, or I wasn't eating these scorpions or chocolate covered whatever they were. I don't know. They can't remember chocolate covered roaches or ants, whatever. I wasn't eating any of that shit. The only street food I bought while I was out there I told you this, cat. I said the only thing I ate was the what is that stuff called? The noodles thing. But yeah, that's the only street food I ate out there. Not that I had anything against street food. I just wasn't eating anything exotic. Plus, most of that exotic street food, the vendors sell that to tourists because most of the locals aren't eating that stuff. Moonlit says Eddie Murphy Raw too funny. Hell yeah, yo. You know what's crazy, Moonlit? Eddie Murphy Raw is on Disney Plus, and I'm not lying. But uh, you have to have a Hulu subscription. If you have a Hulu subscription, you can watch it on Disney Plus. And I'm like, the fact that you can watch Eddie Murphy Raw on Disney Plus is hilarious. Like imagine, like imagine a little kid, like because imagine a little kid like they're watching Disney Plus. Their parents have also a Hulu subscription and Disney Plus subscription, so that means everything on Hulu is also streaming now on Disney Plus because they're originally going to cut off Hulu and just make them one. Um, I think in 2025 they're just going to make them one streaming platform. And imagine like a little kid, like they know Eddie Murphy from probably watching like Doctor Doolittle or Haunted Mansion or something like that. So they, ooh, Eddie Murphy, I want to see this. They start watching Raw. Their parents gonna have to explain to them like what they just saw or Raw. Like it would be a funny experience for a parent to have to be like, "What are you watching? I'm watching Eddie Murphy." Like Eddie Murphy, what? Eddie Murphy Raw? No, you can't watch that. uh, Molly says I still got the shake one. Oh, that's dope. That's cool. I bought a old Happy Meal, the McDonald, the Muppet Baby one from an antique store a few years ago here in Maryland. He said, "Well, my nephew stole it." Oh, damn. He said, "Do they still do the Monopoly games?" I'm not sure because remember when they got in trouble when they found out someone like they were rigging it, and so they stopped it. Then they brought it back. I haven't seen it in a while though, so I'm not even sure if they're still doing it. I think they do still bring it back from time to time, but I'm not sure if they do it every year anymore. Cass says absolutely. Moon says Domino's did the same thing. Ninja Turtles movie prime example. Yep, I remember that. Moon says remember Void Denoid. Yep, they brought Denoid back last year for a little while. LOL says shellfish are delicious. Not to me. I ate it as a kid, but like I said, understanding what it was, I just stopped eating it after a while because shrimp. When I first thought shrimp were disgusting once I saw what they actually looked like before they're cooked. I'm like, these are just bugs. And I was like, these are literally just bugs. I'm like, ew. I couldn't eat them anymore after that. And then it just extrapolated it to all crustaceans. Like I don't like any shellfish. I don't like seafood, period, really, except for except for you know, um fish. Well, fin fish. Not any kind of fish. It has to be like a regular like st- regular looking fin fish. But anything weird, blowfish and all that other weird shit, or jellyfish or whatever, I'm not eating any of that crap. I have tasted eel though. You know, in Asian restaurants, and sushi. I think I've tried some eel. That wasn't that bad, but yeah, for the most part, I only eat fin fish, and even when it comes to like I said, sushi, I usually stick to like fish that I'm already um cool with eating, like salmon, salmon sushi, tuna sushi, something like that. Melissa, it's gonna be hard when we all go out to eat. Let's just go to pho, then LOL, and Vietnamese chicken wings. Oh hell yeah, I love a lot of Vietnamese food. The chicken wings, the pho. Plus, I love Vietnamese iced coffee. It's really good, so that'll keep me from getting the itis after eating all that stuff. I'm gonna have some Vietnamese iced coffee. Also, I love the I forgot what they call it, the glassy noodles that they make, but the Vietnamese, like the glassy noodles, they usually pair that with like some sort of pork chop or something like that. That's really good. I forgot the name of that dish, but like pho, like I said, the glassy noodles with the pork chop or the fried chicken and the chicken wings. God, I'm making myself hungry. I forgot I didn't eat yet. That's why I'm about to get off so I can finish, so I can eat my fried rice. Melissa says chocolate covered ants and deep fried crickets are amazing. No, sir. Nope, 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 nope. I don't even like chocolate covered raisins. I'm definitely not eating chocolate covered crickets or ants. Melissa has just read that Jamie Foxx has a new special and he's claiming Diddy poisoned him. I saw something about that. Melissa says, imagine Eddie Raw on Disney. Crazy. I don't. It's on there. It's either Delirious or Raw, or it might be both of them. But I'm pretty sure it was Raw. And I'm like, it would be hilarious if a kid accidentally clicked on it because they saw Eddie Murphy and thought this might be something geared towards kids because all his latest movies were geared towards kids, like Haunted Mansion and stuff like that. And then they realize they're watching an X-rated comedy stand-up special. uh, Cat says, I don't like oysters too slimy. I agree. I've only eaten them once, and that was because I lost a bet. As part of losing a bet, my Cambodian friend, she made me eat a bunch of seafood because she know I hate seafood as well. So she's like, well, if you lose a bet, you gotta eat all the seafood that I pick out for you. So we did. So we went to this all you can eat uh, this all you can eat Chinese buffet, which unfortunately closed last year. And she was like, well, all right, so you gotta fulfill your. I was like, look, I'm a man of my words. So I fulfill my end. So she got me like some clams, oyster, uh, I think clams, oysters, and some other stuff. I think scallops, all that sort of stuff. And I ate it. I swallowed it down and then quickly drank some soda to get the taste out of my mouth. She was like, "What do you think?" I was like, "It's too slimy for me." And she was like, "Well, this stuff is delicious to me." And I was like, "Well, yeah." My dad comes to this Chinese buffet all the time because he loves the fact he can get all these oysters all you can eat, where it would be really expensive in the DC area. And she was like, "Oh," I was like, "Yeah." So I was like, "So according to him, these oysters are delicious." But I was like, since I don't like seafood, I can't tell because to me it's just slimy. Mullen says, "LOL the itis." He said, "You gotta explain the itis to the rest." I say itis since I was like 9 years old. So, well, it's only the three of us here. Four, all right, four of us now. So the itis used to be referred to in the black community as nigger itis, which meant um, the fact that people would get lethargic or sleepy after eating a big meal. But it was unfair to call it niggeritis because this literally affects everyone. This is actually the explanation to why people get tired after Thanksgiving dinner. People thought it used to be because of the amino acid tryptophan, which is in turkey. Well, and it's not. It's actually due to people eating a large meal, typically towards the end of the day, and now they're feeling tired and lethargic. So that that got shortened to itis when the show Boondocks came out, and they just called it the itis. Um, and also the Chappelle show, he called he called it the itis as well to take the nigger part out. But that's the original term, and then it got shortened to the itis so it would sound less offensive. Cat says for us it's Christmas lunch. Oh, Christmas. So Christmas dinner is usually just as big as Thanksgiving dinner. Like Christmas dinner is on, at least here in a lot of American families, Christmas dinner is on par with Thanksgiving dinner. And you still got to avoid the crazy uncle. And again, I'm not the crazy uncle. I do have my beliefs, but I have never discussed my political beliefs at a dinner. The one and only time I did was at a Christmas dinner when I said I don't like Governor Westmore, and that was it. And I was basically just agreeing with what my cousin said. Other than that, I did not go into some weird political spiel. And that was the one and only time I've ever said anything political at any given dinner ever. Was I don't like Governor Westmore, and I still stand on that. I don't like Governor Westmore. He's the first so-called black governor of Maryland, but he's an asshole. Aussies call dinner tea. Okay. Cat says we don't have Thanksgiving here. I know. I was saying here in America, like our two biggest like festive meals where people will probably get tired after a big meal will be like Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner. So anyway, off of that, this was a long, drawn out live stream because I was responding to 2 hours to some schizophrenic, and unfortunately, I didn't realize he was. Matter of fact, let me make sure I go here and I'm gonna go up here and make sure that I've banned him from this because I don't. He needs to spew his crazy stuff somewhere else. Here's a few. I didn't even see someone named Nick Naper. Yeah, he another weirdo. Then after that, guys, I'm gonna go. I didn't eat, and I did not intend for this to go 4.5 hours long, because I wanted to go out and work out again, and it's too late. Moonless is all good. Rest up and eat up. At least you can run. Y'all making me jealous with my one-legged ass. I'm sorry, man. I forgot about that. I'm not trying to rub it in. Um, but at least I'm glad that your operation went well. Cass's night contrarian. Have a good one. Thank you. I gotta check up on the wifey too. She probably fell asleep. I don't know, but she was here in the beginning. Um, Melissa is much less fam. Thank you, man. Like I said, I hope you heal up quickly. And I don't know, maybe you might after it heals up, you have like a bionic leg that can be like, like you can hit people with the super roundhouses with that leg afterwards. It's like, oh shit, he got a $6 million foot. Oh man, that's funny. But yeah, all right, bro. I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you. And this is the end of the paranormal discussions, by the way. So I'm gonna start on something new tomorrow. All right, take it easy. Peace out.